Welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels. Before we get to the first submissions in the queue, beginning with Supernova's Muncher C, Muncher Do, we're going to do a quick warm-up and technical test just to make sure things are working. This is some kind of Layer 2 gimmick experiment by a Japanese maker who I think is pronounced Kenna, or something to that effect. My machine translation tells me that this is something to do with a lift drop, conveyor control, turret compression push-up, and something about dodging a seesaw, or dodging some kind of drop, with a working distance of 5 to 6 squares. We'll see what any of that means in just a moment. And Andros P, thank you for the submission of Stronghold Ice. Okay, I have no idea what this is about, but the Layer 2 gimmicks usually refer to something to do with the Trax World overlap and these hard collision skewers, which is something that this maker is kind of known for doing. It was also a feature of their level back in 4YMM, if I remember correctly. And Supernova, it's going well. Good to get back into this game for a bit after a week that mostly consisted of wiping out repeatedly on the final level of 3D World, which I won't spoil you on because you still have to get to it someday. But yeah, lots of wiping out. Nope, this is totally the wrong timing. My timing previously was fine. I just kind of clipped the corner, and that's exactly why we have to do the warm-up. Okay, missing the 30 coin in spectacular fashion. Whoops. And yeah, it's some kind of blaster-based mechanism, as you can see. Now, what's going on with the seesaw here? I've already forgotten what the message up front was trying to tell me. Clearly, I do want to jump off the high position and get over here. Here's another checkpoint. Might as well grab a bit of a hit buffer. It will be a series of spin jumps. Nope. Let's try not to get crushed there. I should remain in that safe location until the Spiny is in a more cooperative position, and Swag Gamer, welcome. Yeah, we've just gotten started. The queue is wide open. And hopefully we'll see some good material today, as we always do. First of all, though, we need to get through this emulation of the classic Super Mario World skewers as they originally worked. Back in the age of a lot more hard collision from things other than just munchers. Yeah, pretty interesting level so far. I can give you the code afterwards. We always begin to stream before we get to viewer levels with just one thing off my personal list, usually something that doesn't take too long, just to make sure everything is working, including the player. Whoops. Yeah, accidentally sliding off the blasters up top. Which is a bit of a problem for me because that does kill my spin jump. I'll just have to be extra careful with that. And let everything come down once more. Okay, that's working a whole lot better this time. Nope. Not quite. Maybe a little bit too ambitious there when it comes to the bounce timing. So that's okay, we're already past second checkpoint. I imagine this will not take too long given that the mechanism here is actually extremely entity heavy, as you can see. Whoops. Alright, let's salvage this as much as I can. Surprisingly tricky because you have to compensate for the sudden downward movement of everything dropping. But that's okay. Every time we respawn, we get another look at how the underlying mechanism is actually functioning. Partly, anyway. Get bit of a look at how it's put together. Nope. Still not an ideal timing there. It's okay, we'll just get through this a little bit at a time. Okay. Now let's see if we can fix this up a little bit. Yeah, you can see what's going on with the note block that is on the track that then activates a spring. So you've got this somewhat spring-loaded interaction, I think, is what is happening. I didn't get a very precise look at how that's put together underneath, but you can kind of watch it as it spawns in here by just watching the bottom row. Okay, once again. Yeah, pretty interesting mechanism overall. Okay, gonna take damage there, but that's okay. We'll just get through that room. And on to Yoshi. Looks like the obvious thing to do here is to drop onto the next Yoshi, but interestingly enough, that means that because of the way the auto-scroll is set up in that section, if Yoshi falls down below, I'm actually out of the safety range for remaining alive, even though the mechanism, of course, remains completely loaded. Now that's just as a result of the auto-scroll pulling the screen boundary all the way up. Okay. And yeah, Supernova, given that we've got some tricky swamp setup mechanisms here, it does look like the kind of thing that you would want to take a closer look at yourself. Whoops. Pretty interesting use of the screen scroll as a depth zone. Now, making it through this section without taking any hit at all is something that is still on the to-do list. Momuga, I'll share the code for this one at the end. I'm just doing the warm-up level right now. Oh. Okay. Very generous invincibility frames there, saving that entire attempt. And yeah, very expensive setup as you can see, but it's a lot of work done. Still haven't really cleared that quite as accurately as I would like. And for Nova, welcome as well. Good to see you back. Okay. Let's tap this. Yeah, this is a very new upload, just came up today, I believe, and was kind of at the top of my personal followed list. Okay, just head over like this, and now we do need to watch the screen boundary for the Yoshi section over here. Nope, have to actually get over to Muncher, of course, and clear that a bit more accurately instead of hugging the wall on my way up. Let's avoid the things that are avoidable. Still having some issues with getting over that blaster. Nope. And for Nova, thank you for submitting a Mystical Ice Village. And we'll hopefully see that soon enough. Nope. Got crushed. Yeah, if I can get over this Muncher stack here without taking damage, that's going to be significant progress. I think I've done it successfully once. One of your older levels, and this time a traditional one. Looking forward to it. Okay. No, still having trouble there. I do need to just clear my way straight over, probably as the blaster is coming down, and just land accurately on the second spiny directly so I can maintain the spin jump state. There really is no opportunity to land on blasters that are going to crush me against the ceiling. Once again, it's slightly late. Well, if I just mind a camera in the Yoshi section, I should be fine. Here, though, I feel like I do need a much better method for this than what I've been showing off so far. Luckily, we do finally have a bit of a hit buffer, or at least did momentarily until I made a mess out of that. And this time we will hopefully not hit that muncher. Okay, this is kind of interesting, because I have to drop Yoshi, and Yoshi goes off screen, but I can't follow him off screen because I will die. And as you can see, I didn't quite get over to the right side quickly enough. So that's a very interesting room. Okay. Doing this slightly more successfully. Of course, being able to take damage against those spikes would have helped tremendously. And up we go. You think these are Bowser Jr.'s? Oh, because of the spring interaction down below, I guess. Oh, no. Bad timing. At least I am getting through that first section with the mushroom intact. That's rather important. Okay. Got this guy. Oh. And have to stay on this guy a little bit longer. Nope. You think it's on a sledge? Okay. Couldn't quite see that as we spawned in. Oh, because you think it's the stun lock animation. Interesting, because I would not have thought about that. But yeah, maybe you're visualizing this mechanism a certain way and trying it out in the editor. I haven't quite figured it out myself. At least not totally. I mean, you can kind of see the initial jump block spring loading that happens down below. Okay. Nope, just straight up miss. Yeah, still not quite clearing that. I think maybe I'm backing up on that jump just a little too much. You think they only stun lock me when I'm on screen? Okay, so that would explain why you get this kind of falling speed as well as the screen shake. Okay, might as well take damage there. Would have been nice to have that buffer, but here timing is much more important, of course, unless we make that same mistake once again. I mean, the placement of that muncher there is kind of purely to avoid letting you have some kind of safe landing up top. Would have been nice to have some kind of one-way protection against crashing into it, but I guess we just need to be careful. Atlas Fire, thank you for the submission. Of Kaizo Me Crazy, which, well, we'll see how crazy that gets. Nope. Bad timing. I'll need to land fairly quickly on Yoshi in that last segment there, so I actually have, whoops, enough time to do the run, though. No, this is a mess. And, yeah, because of the Bowser Jr. limit, that would definitely be a strike against Bowser Jr. being part of the mechanism here, or something like Morton, for that matter, even if you do have 7 Koopalings available. And nice to have the stun lock property used for something other than stun locking for a change. No. Still making something very unnecessary there. Given just how entity-heavy all of this is, though, I would imagine that's probably the last section. Okay. Slightly better timing there this time. And yeah, Andros, sorry that you're not able to stay. To get you another time. Okay. Up that goes. Up that goes. Nope. Trying to salvage that, but that's not quite it. Well, basically just one jump from the end. Just kind of unfortunate that I rammed right into the wall there. Nope. Once again, sliding against that blaster. Yeah, going full jumps completely on that Spiny going to the right actually gives me the correct timing to get over to Muncher safely. That is just something I'll have to remember. Actually, just jumping here is enough. I don't really need to jump off Yoshi every time. Okay, down we go. And it is Bowser Jr., okay. Kind of important there to beat him to the axe, though. But I would imagine that it would, given the number of mechanisms there, not just be limited to Bowser Jr., it would probably be using the sludges, as you said, to get that ground pound going continuously over the jump blocks below. Let's get into the queue, and yes, I will share that level code. I'll punch it in chat as well, for later reference. And let's get right into it. I am the Supernova, if you haven't fallen asleep on us already. Let's take a look at this, and Mamuga is currently on mute. Well, Mamuga can't hear a thing I'm saying. Okay, even more complicated Muncher setups. In Muncher C, Muncher Do, which was from about a week ago, which gives credit to Evgar for improving a slower and more expensive setup. Let's take a look. Okay, going to tap this, grab the mushroom. And yeah, it is going to be a jump detector level, I think. It seems like the jump detector actually manipulates something to do with the seesaw weight off screen, probably using SMP2 mushroom. And the slight manipulation of the seesaw weight is enough to displace the springs, while the one-way panels remain, well, keep the springs in place so they don't go anywhere. But there's enough of a displacement that the jump detector causes the Muncher to respond. Yes, as you can see right here, that's exactly how it works. Kind of interesting, of course, that this works even though the SMP2 mushroom is trapped in that location, that there is enough of a displacement of seesaw weight that that little bounce in that one slot gets everything moving. Okay. Oh, let's actually slide under for once. I mean, that's not what I did with the first one, probably because I was concerned about being bumped by the spring myself. But that is actually not an issue. You run right over. Probably because of semi-solid placement, now that I look at it. Semi-solid placement just allows you to run directly underneath. Okay. Nope. Sliding a little bit far here. Okay. Naturally, I am going for that. Interesting use of this POW block here. guess it's mostly just a spacing tool. And, okay. I'm backing into that a little too quickly. A little too far, rather. Yeah, little start and stop accuracy check there as we try to make our way through. Okay, let's not get crushed. That would be a very sorry way to go. That bounces up. And here we go. And we'll just get back to where we were. Nope. Probably a more efficient way to get through that, but the power up here is going to help. Aha, so here I do want to jump up and over. Interestingly enough, I think if I got on top of the Muncher, it seems like there's an additional layer up above that might be worth looking at. This, of course, is the only path available with the mushroom, so we should take it. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. No, it just gives you a mushroom if you don't have one already. That's all that does. Interesting that checkpoint is going to place you directly on top of that Muncher, but I guess that if you respawn from checkpoint, then you have the red blocks blocking the Muncher spawn. So the Muncher probably spawns initially in that position and drops down before you're able to see it. That's the guess that I'm making. Okay. Mushroom, of course, just as a post-checkpoint buffer. And, okay, we'll just grab that for no particular reason, but it's content, so we'll do it. Nope. Too late. Now here, we do need to dash under both, and we'll need a little bit better timing. Probably a running jump going into that Hyperion Smokestack. Welcome. So we can actually retain some momentum. And yep, for Nova, this is a pretty clever idea so far. Haven't seen much use of this kind of static seesaw-based mechanic very often. I mean, we've seen a lot of jump detectors before, we've seen a lot of seesaw weight contraptions before. But having the seesaws essentially seem frozen in place, while the minor release of weight is doing all the work, is something that is pretty unique, so... Nope, let's not bump my head here. Okay. Okay, I do want to get on top of that immediately. I knew I was supposed to the first time I tried that, but... Now, interestingly enough, yeah, activating a jump button while you are on top of the spring is what gives you the jump detector activation. So we'll need to figure this out here. Yeah, jump first, so you desynchronize. And down we go. Toadette is going to be the request. Yeah, we'll file that for the next attempt. Thank you for reminder. Is this based on the template level? I don't know what you mean by the template level. It looks like this is going to be a wraparound jump. We go under the Muncher and then over to the right. Template level, I don't know if you're talking about maybe one of the menu screen creations. Yeah, Hyperion Smokestack, there was one particularly generous viewer who decided to come in and dump a bunch of gift subs on us yesterday. So, unfortunately, you don't quite get to monopolize the leaderboard. Okay, let's pay attention. As you can see, the entire seesaw mechanism here is in fact blocked off by the on-off state, so the checkpoint remains available. I kind of like that technically it's an optional checkpoint, although I think you'll almost always be going under rather than over on that muncher, so. Let's go up here. Now, everything here can just be done with careful planning. It's not very execution dependent. I like that I do have the time to think about each one before I get into it. Okay, here we are. And Hyperion Smokestack, this is Supernova's level. You can type !current if you want the appropriate code. Okay. It does seem like I have to do a bit of a duck jump here as Big Mario if I, whoops, want to try to slide around. I guess I should probably just take off a little bit closer, in fact. So we'll need to fix that jump arc. It is kind of a final check on how well you grasp playing around this concept and playing around the spacing. Also a sort of interesting twist that we haven't quite seen up to that point. Hyperion Smokestack, thank you so much for your generosity in giving Supernova that gift sub. Okay, let's pay attention though. Are you first now? I think you are tied. I think it still lists you as silver because you were the second one to hit that benchmark, but well, whoops, thank you so much for the follow. And yeah, always nice to see so much appreciation for one's fellow maker on this stream. And okay, let's get up here. And all the way back down. Okay. Not exactly going for that 45-second speed record, but there we are. Okay, now let's try this again. Again, this might be something that is actually slightly more difficult when I'm tall. But, oh yeah, nope. Total miss, just a little bit too far off the left. The timing of going under was correct that time. The jump arc carried me a little too far. Up here. And while Hyperion, you know how it goes around here. We get good levels all the time. And I feel like we have a strong enough community on this stream, both of our returning regulars as well as the newcomers who sit in the queue long enough and patiently enough that I may be in that minority of streamers who really looks forward to doing viewer level content specifically. That's something that actually elevates my Mario Maker experience. Can I check out the comments on this level, SDGML? I will check that afterwards. Unless the placement matters and you want me to turn comments on. But I'll take a look after the fact. Just remind me at the end. And Puggles, welcome. And okay, there we go. Atlas Fire, what kind of levels do I like? Well, I like things that, you know, show me something interesting about the game. It can be platforming, it can be puzzles, it can be, you know, gimmick or mechanism-based levels, but things that are sort of interesting to people from the perspective of level design and maker engineering, I think, are usually the best fit here. We do occasionally do some very technical challenges as well, of course. Definitely no harm in that, but I don't really say no to specific level types, although Some types definitely go better than others. You know, things like really super tight spike precision doesn't tend to work out too well, for instance. Sometimes, though, you see something that is kind of above average in that category. So I never totally say no to things just based on their level type. Whoops. Okay, actually being short might be useful here. There we go. And yeah, boss rushes are also great, as Hyperion knows from quite a great deal of experience. And yes, we will check the comments afterwards. And thank you SDGML for prescribing Boom Boom's hat collection, and Puggles for sending question mark, which I'm sure is very mysterious. Let's mark that as a win. Next thing will be sub next. If there are any active subs in queue, I don't actually know if there are, because I haven't been... Okay, no, I haven't quite been tracking who's been receiving gifts, other than Supernova just now, of course. So we'll just go next. Oh, I forgot to check the comments. Let's go back there. And SDGML, Supernova received a gift sub. You say that with some measure of surprise, as though you consider Supernova to be a bit of a cheapskate. But we don't judge, and Supernova now has queuing privileges, so everything works out for the best. Green Mushroom Club. I can't read the Japanese, so we'll just go further down, see what it is we're looking for. Oh, I see. Here's SDGML. If I eat it, I can absorb its power. Muncher trying to be Kirby here. Oh, I see. It's devouring the Skipsqueak from the bottom up. The other white meat. Nom nom nom. So, sub 44 is possible, says a walrus who currently, I believe, holds the speed record, which is not actually sub 44. For Nova, let's take a look at VW74YCRYG. And yeah, for Nova, I also thought you got gifted. I don't know why it hasn't registered. But that's okay, you were next anyhow, so... Which behaves in mysterious ways. Okay. Sergeant Bomb's Advent Calendar. Of course, this was uploaded slightly before Christmas. I guess that must have been a big Advent Calendar collaborative project, I suppose. But anyway... you'll wish me have fun and Merry Christmas about 8 months in advance. Almost exactly 8 months in advance. Actually, 8 months in advance depending on your time zone. So, let's celebrate early. Let's crack open some gifts. Okay. And Puggles, you found soft locks that you can't fix. Well, we'll take a look at them and we'll see if I discover them, whether we have any ideas, but we'll look at that soon enough. Okay, looks like we have all kinds of directional pads all over the place. And that's... we have smoke coming out of the chimney. And this might be some kind of constellation, or it might just be more shapes created by smoke. Who knows? Maybe it's a little more obvious to me if I look at the title screen. Anyway, the objective is going to be to look for a key switch of some sort. in order to get the P door open. Lots of decorative POWs all over the place. As I often say of traditional levels and traditional makers, it's kind of unbelievable how many entities you can just use decoratively. Could, in fact, just be that the P doors here are themselves decorative. And my goodness, so many POWs on screen that are not actually part of any mechanism. You're beginning to make Nintendo's item limits almost seem generous, which, you know, when you're accustomed to playing much more mechanism-oriented levels, it really is an unfamiliar feeling. Is Furrinova Supernova but furry? I will let Furrinova answer that themselves, I think. I mean, is somebody who is furry also somebody who seems to have significantly greater numbers of entities to work with, just due to being, in this case, a traditional maker? We actually saw a bit of Light Shell Kaizo from Furrinova yesterday. Looks like it is just coin collection, by the way. That, if it is just coin collection, I haven't actually seen a key door, have I? This was the entryway. Let's just run around and take a look. Yeah, we only started seeing the coins here, and I don't know if I would have missed them in a previous section. Let's see if there's any way to go up. I don't know if it would be safe to go down, that's the thing. There's some implication that maybe the only way is just to drop down into this slot here. Oh, yes you can, okay. Except here the camera stops scrolling, so I think that's the extent of it. I'll tap this just to check. And let me just see here. Yeah, let's go back through the pipe, in fact. Or let's drop down here. Yeah, camera isn't going any lower. Kind of indicating to me that we've just not been exploring quite exhaustively enough, perhaps. Just gonna check around here. See if I missed anything really critical. Ah, here's a pipe. Okay. There was a door in a main world I didn't check. Alright. And 1 second, while we acknowledge the raid, Zero Planes coming in with a party of 19. Let's give you a big shark wave. And welcome to everybody coming in once again from Zero Planes. Always appreciate the support from your excellent stream. And I hope the Mario Maker 2 levels have been going well. I don't know if you've been doing the uncleared program or something different today, but I'm sure it was an adventure, whatever it was. So thank you so much for bringing everybody over. We are still fairly early on into the queue today, so hopefully lots of room left to take additional makers who wish to stay. The swamp is going to just nuke itself. Okay, so I should be looking for additional pipes in the main area. I also noticed, by the way, that this sort of pipe is decorated in such a way that seems to link to the upper part of the world, which is something I always appreciate about heavily decorated levels, that they have this sense of continuous geography. I don't know how many of the pipes or ground tiles up top actually match between the main world and the subworld, but it's a pretty nice illusion nevertheless. Uncleared tonight and disappointingly good levels. We'll have to see about that. And yeah, I still have to catch up, Zero Planes, on your video of happy swamp jumps, because that was, of course, sent to me last week by one of your raiders, and we didn't get that far through it, but I was kind of curious about just how much was still ahead of me. Okay, so I have one additional location that I have not explored yet, clearly, that has 2 more coins to work with. Hyperion said something about me just totally skipping over a door. Oh, this door, yeah. And here we go. You still think you haven't seen like 20% of that level. Well, you did get the clear, so... And the key door is right here, so... In we go. Through the cavern. And out to the other side, so... We'll just jump around a D-pad some more, and... It's going to be a THX. 1138. Nice how you also decorated the ending castle exit, the little fortress exit there to match all of the other buildings that we saw elsewhere in the level. Let's mark that as a win.
Kaboom!
And thank you so much, Hyperion Smokestack, for gifting a sub to Furrynova, who will hopefully keep it this time and not decline it accidentally. A stellar level in a very literal sense, in fact. Let's take a look at how some of the artwork looks, in fact, on the decoration screen, because I think some of it was kind of meant to look even better zoomed out. As you can see from the zoomed out view, of course not accounting for that cavernous interior of the building that we went into near the end. And yeah, you can see actually from the main screen that that's the empty P blocks and blue state blocks seem to blend into the overall color scheme much better than they do when you are playing the level itself. Atlas Fire, let's take a look. At DLY. Yeah, Zero, I did not know either that you could decline gift subs until I just tried to pull up Furrynova, who we just saw with sub next because they received a gift yesterday and it did not apparently trigger, but now that has been resolved. I guess we wouldn't have noticed that people can decline gift subs because nobody tends to do it. You took time with the guy in the thumbnail. Let's see. It seems like that's true of Atlas Fire as well, who has given us Goombas Lost in Space. Your spaceship broke down into Goomba's sector. Find a way back home. It's going to be sub 1%, so that'll make up for some of the quick clears we've had earlier on. Something that might require a little more effort. Zero, I don't know what happens if you decline. I think the donation might still come through. It's just that it's kind of like canceling a sub, I think. I think it just works like canceling it instantly, but I'm not exactly certain. Maybe it does refund it, yeah. I think it would make sense for it to be refunded, Puggles, but... And yeah, Hyperion, I certainly admire your commitment to trying to give somebody queue priority every time you see a good level, but because we receive so many good levels on this stream that a lot of people are going to benefit from that. Looks like it's going to be a cannonball jump here. Over to the right side. Oh, I'm just going to miss. Okay, so actually just pure jumping so far, even for something that is sub 1%. Let's just reset this. What happens if you gift 100 subs at once? I feel like I have seen that happen on one of the really big streams. I don't need to jump over to Cannonball at all. I can just bounce up here. Let's get out of here. Okay, pretty readable so far. Very blind-friendly, in fact. Nope. I do need to let go the dash button there so I don't accidentally grab. And I guess the stream notifications would explode. Whoops. Let's fix my positioning here. And yeah, Supernova, thank you for submitting Eli's code, if I'm reading that correctly. And... whoops. Yeah, it looks like it is a a bomb that is activated basically by your horizontal positioning, because that's when you spawn in the Podoboo that drops on top of it, causes the ignition. So, no time to waste as we head over to the right side and down this column. Whoops. And here we go. Okay, everything fine so far, as long as I just make this jump and this jump. A little bit late off of that. Hyperion Electrodude tends to come in a little bit later sometimes because it is early morning for him right now. He was here for quite some time yesterday, though. Okay, up we go. And the icicles are there to threaten you more than anything. Let's actually wait for the Goomba. Oh, whoops. Still, you know what? No, I need to spin jump. That's a very clear spin jump, in fact. Because the Goomba is in the disabled state. And I will say more about that in just a moment. But, here we go. Okay, up here, over here, pop this guy, and then spin jump over. So, you know what I really appreciate about this level? No Z markers for things that I actually have plenty of time to read accurately. It's exactly the kind of level where very often people would just overuse the Z, and we don't see that here. And Terminator, welcome. Apparently Yoshi must die. Well, I think Yoshi does that fairly often, in fact. Not going to be totally exhaustive about this bonus room, but I do appreciate that in a platformer level like this, that you bothered to fill some space with a bonus room at all. I guess that's more of a transitional room, given the nature of this here, where you can't actually go over until you have done that room. No need to do the spin jump there, of course, because the Goomba has not been disabled. But yeah. Seriously, though, really appreciate that you don't just slather the Z markers everywhere. I mean, there are levels where it is necessary, usually for reasons of speed or some kind of other uncertainty, but here... Oh, whoops. As you can see, I do like having to figure that out on short notice myself. And even if it is, it's probably something that is responsible for slightly tanking your clear rate. If it's a blind jump, yeah. But here is perfectly visible. It's clearly my mistake. So... I mean, if it's a blind jump, or if it's really a speed-based level, then that's obviously something different. But I think here I actually do get a very clear chance to sight read everything. A little late on landing on a trampoline. I did slightly overshoot. And okay. Yeah, one thing you'll find if you are one of the newer viewers to this stream is that relative to many other streamers, I'm much less keen about hand-holding when it comes to playing through Mario levels, and this level is definitely, I think, very blind-friendly when it comes to sight reading, so I agree with that decision. Whoops. I do need to land a little more accurately, though, instead of clipping into the trampolines from the side. And over we go. Okay, I need a shorter bounce there. I knew I needed a shorter bounce there, but I didn't adjust for that accurately. And here we go. Yeah. I mean, there are indicators here, as you can see. There are indicators for landing on things like the winged objects, and I think that's absolutely fair, because that's the kind of thing that, by itself, would often require a little bit of guesswork. So the fact that the P-blocks are here, but used very sparingly, I think, allows them to kind of perform their function and then get out of here. So, and yes, it is something that depends very much on your intended audience. Okay. Once again, still going too high on that spin jump. I should just spin over it without actually holding any kind of jump, and I should still get enough horizontal momentum there to land accurately on the trampoline at the end of that sequence. I am kind of instinctively trying to do a medium bounce off of that last Goomba there, and that's turned out to be a mistake so far. There we go, much smoother. Yeah, a little bit slow on my part. I think that upper P block was momentarily giving me pause. But down we go. Whoops. And yeah, Terminator, depending on level length, as well as, well, a number of other factors, like how familiar some of the mechanics are to people. Depending on all kinds of things, clear rates are kind of an approximation where you can definitely get the sense sometimes that the number seems a bit high or a bit low. I will say that relative to the earliest levels that were uploaded back in mid-2019, as you would expect, as some of the casual player base drops off, clear rates seem to have gone up. Even clear rates on my oldest levels have noticeably gone up by about 1% across the board. Just because of, you know, natural attrition and advancement of the player base. And of course, when it comes to things like clear rate, if you're talking about the classic games like Super Mario World, or any of the mainline series really, you have to take into account the fact that they were balanced around a life system. Okay, let's take the death here, and pay attention with the short bounce. So there's quite a lot more tension, you know, when you're playing something with a 20% clear rate, but you only have 3 lives, relative to when you just have unlimited tries like you do in Mario Maker most of the time. That you have much less of a window to be careless. And here we go. Still making that mistake. I keep telling myself, no, there's no need to do anything more than just letting my bounces ride over that Goomba, and yet the button press comes instinctively. Okay. Yep. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that upper middle P block confused me for a moment, but now I understand why it's there, because you have a state switch that is going to transform how this segment works as you head to the eventual key door. Nope, no, I wanted a full jump there, and I just pressed the wrong button. And yeah, Terminator, I was aware of that somebody finally got down to the last second barrier before you start getting into the territory of the optimized time from tool-assisted runs. That's, you know, you can squeeze the record further, perhaps, as a speedrunner, but you will not be squeezing it past the next second barrier, as far as we know theoretically. I was aware of that. I don't know enough about the speedrunning scene to really understand what changed in this particular run and what was going on technically. Whoa, no spin jump here. Let's pay attention. And here we go. Hyperion Smokestack, I should also say that from your gifts today, I think you may actually have gotten me over the line for the subscriber points I need to finally give you folks a second emote. So, don't know if you would rather have a GG or a raid or something else. I might have to run a poll at some point. And also see if I can get somebody who actually knows how to put graphics together to take a look at that for me. But I believe you may have gotten me over the line for that, so. We do need a GG. I know that I haven't really been giving people very many emote incentives that they could take with them to other streams. But at long last, we may have something. And here we go. No, too low there. Do need a bit of a medium bounce. Yeah, I suppose SDGML can never get enough of more kitties. Whoops. And Terminator, oh, I guess that's the SMB1 run you're talking about. When it comes to the speed run optimization, if I understand you correctly. Whoops. And yeah, we may have to collect a little bit of feedback, or if any of you are artists, some prototypes in the Discord channel. Let me just plug that in for anybody who's new here. It's fairly quiet there, but I do put my schedule there and also try to do some of the back-end stream planning there from time to time, so. We'll definitely look into what the next emote is going to be. I honestly didn't really expect to have to deal with it this soon, but between the run of gift subs that we had from Digital Euphoria yesterday and from Hyperion Smokestack today, we're in really good shape all of a sudden. So, Shakespeare Mario, that's a good idea, actually. I don't know if that's going to be necessarily the best fit for a GG, but definitely as an emote generally. Okay, let's pay attention here. But yeah, for something sub 1%, very manageable on a jump-by-jump basis. It's just that occasionally, if I'm not paying attention, we have a bit of inaccuracy, so this is absolutely doable for me. We just need to get back to the limit of my progression after the activation of the on-off switch and the collection of the key. Nope, let's not forget how that works. Would I agree that it's hard but fair? Yeah, I think it's very fair. I think it's extremely readable. I think that when I make mistakes, it's extremely clear what needs to be repaired. And that it's just mostly a mix of brain farts and execution mistakes that are in my way here. I mean, I don't think it's especially tough from a technique perspective. A lot of it is just sort of keeping your head together when it comes to having the inputs match your intentions. Whoops. Okay. But yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with the readability of the whole thing so far. Nope. Pulling back a little bit too much on that jump. I do need to just crank all the way forward on that Goomba. You're going to have to write down brain farts and execution mistakes. I mean, yeah, I guess sometimes they're the same thing. What is my favorite modern movie? It depends on how modern you're talking about. Like, are you talking about a span of 5 years or 10 years, or... Because keep in mind, the era I know best when it comes to cinema is actually the 1940s. Last 10 years, I can think of a few that I really enjoyed. Last 10 years, so it's going back to 2011. Moonrise Kingdom was 2012. I enjoyed that quite a lot. Phantom Thread was 2017. That was, I thought, a wonderful film. There's a film that I like to recommend to people from, I think 2 years ago, that is called An Elephant Sitting Still, which is a 4-hour-long character drama that was made in China and was released after the filmmaker, who was kind of 29 or 30 at a time, after the filmmaker actually died. So he didn't live to see the complete release of the film. And it's this like very small, intimate character drama that has a cast of, I think, just 5 main characters that it follows around a town for about 4 hours. And it is absolutely riveting. Like, it's, you know, got this massive running time that, when I saw it in the cinema, was run with an intermission. But it's just an absolutely fascinating film. I can think of a lot more, probably, if I put my mind to it. Last 10 years, I do watch a fair bit of film. Used to attend film festivals very regularly. I haven't done so recently for obvious reasons. Yeah, I can think of a lot of good things I've seen. But across a lot of different categories, not just foreign or independent films, but also, I guess, better known major releases as well. So, if you ever do want film recommendations and you have something in mind as your favorite kind of cinema, do let me know if you want me to suggest anything in the category of your choice. There are some things that I don't know well at all. Like, I don't know horror cinema at all, for instance, but yeah, I used to go to the cinema a lot and, you know, have memberships in film clubs and all that, so. And Furry Nova, sure, I'll take your pitch for the emote. I may or may not use it, depending on whether it is a good fit for what we'll do, because it might be a while before I get the next emote after that, right? So, but I do appreciate the suggestion, and if we take it, I'll certainly credit you with that accordingly, if it is your own artwork. Yeah. We have a couple of people here who are good digital artists, I think. Maybe not here right now, but I mean among my network and regular user base, so would be very happy to take suggestions from everybody. Wasn't quite sure about the timing there. It seems like maybe I... okay, that seemed interesting. Yeah, it seemed like maybe I didn't activate a track drop quickly enough relative to... Oh, I see. No, because I needed to bump the trampolines to the left. The idea is that I'm supposed to bounce to the left because that's how I stall long enough to get the other trampoline to drop. Okay, that to me doesn't quite seem intuitive. Partly because I'm bad at following instructions if I don't know what following the instructions is going to do. Now I do understand what it's going to do. But it's one of those things where, you know, you see something sometimes and it's like, oh, why do I need to follow that? I can just make that jump. And you don't find out until much later why you needed to do it. If you like films with really good dialogue, I find that most film screenwriting kind of peaked decades ago. No, I need to do the side bounce. But, you know, in terms of films that have this really sparkling wit to them, like a lot of the Ealing Studios comedies of the 1950s, or some of the earlier films by Howard Hawks. Pretty much anything involving Billy Wilder. But in terms of more modern films, I don't know, I find that I'm harder to impress with screenwriting these days than I used to be. Oops. Okay, yeah, once again, I do need to bounce off the spiny and to the left, which, from a controls perspective, in terms of understanding how I'm going to make that landing, is going to be interesting, perhaps. Okay, and then, yeah, as you can see, that's within the spawn range for the trampoline that's going to drop from the upper track. I don't know what I think of that obstacle. It is a little dependent on understanding the intended spawn positions here, and even so, it looks like I'm still too early to get the trampoline to fall down, so... Hyperion Smokestack, yeah, don't... well, or rather... Don't worry too much about having to take off today. Thank you for all the gifts. And... Okay, no, I actually just have to head right over, and then I loop back to the left. I see now what's going on. That I go to the spring on the right side, and I bounce back to the left. That's why the timing there is a little bit different. Okay, no, I totally misunderstood that. Okay. Yeah, because I bounce left, and I should be able to hit that in such a way that I take the next trampoline afterwards. Thank you once again for the cheers. And for all of your generosity, Hyperion Smokestack in general, as a supporter of this stream. Okay, let's go forward. And... yeah, I need to hit that a little more accurately. I'm hitting the springs on the right a little too high when I'm too late on my jump arc to get a full bounce that continues to propel me upwards. That will work, though. Now that flows smoothly. That's telling me to go to the left, so obviously we're going to check the right. Key door. Okay, looks like it's going to be another back and forth state switch thing, then. Where I guess something here is just going to block off the arrow on my way back to the right. Okay, nope, just overshot that. The thwomp is going to activate there, though, and I need to bounce off that trampoline. Okay, shouldn't be too hard to get my way back there, as long as I'm paying attention. Okay. Up we go. Do I have any documentaries I can recommend you? Yes. Let me think about that. In recent years, there was one that I found really interesting. It was just called Science Fair. It was produced by National Geographic, and I believe it's available on Disney Plus because they have some of the National Geographic content. I remember seeing that on the festival circuit with a packed audience, and yeah, it's just a documentary that follows a couple of different middle schoolers and high schoolers as they prepare their science fair projects for international competition, and it's a really panoramic look at, like, well, people who just are students who, you know, have this very promising capacity to follow their own interests and dig deep into a project. And I think it would appeal to a lot of the kind of people who are into Mario Maker, in fact. That's the first documentary that comes to mind recently. What do I think of historical dramatizations like The Crown? I haven't seen The Crown, but in terms of historical films in general, I think it's one of those cases where the more familiar you are with the subject, the less you're going to enjoy it often, and it's kind of unfortunate because I think you know, appreciating something as a drama or as a work of filmmaking is very different from appreciating it as a fictionalization of material that you know very well, right? So, for example, thank you for the submission, Fearonova, and welcome, Pitch Shifter. For example, one historical dramatization that is very close to material I know well was the film The Imitation Game, starring Benedict Cumberbatch, which was starring him as Alan Turing, and was about the code-breaking effort at Bletchley Park in the Second World War. Now, that's something that is actually a very close interest of mine in terms of like having read a lot of material and been to a lot of the historical sites and like really dug deep into this stuff. And when you kind of know that stuff, you begin to see all the ways in which the screenwriter was kind of out of its depth in terms of not quite understanding the sort of relative significance of, I guess, the ideas he was working with. And it was a screenplay that was actually very warmly received among people who are into screenwriting but who didn't know the material because they thought like structurally it seemed very clever. And I can kind of see why they would appreciate it on those grounds, and I can kind of get into the headspace of that perspective. But I think when you know material really well, as would be the case with some people with anything, be it, you know, whether they go into the Crown knowing a lot about the royal family, for instance, that there are a lot of things that make it difficult for people to kind of get over their annoyance at some of that. And it's not just a matter of historical accuracy. Like, people often think that it's just a matter of, oh, are you just nitpicking about not getting the facts right, or leaving out key characters, or all the other things that screen productions have to do to simplify things to a nice and accessible running time. It's that sometimes some of those inaccuracies can really kind of go against the spirit of the material or the spirit of the character that you're trying to capture, and come off as very inauthentic. And Pitch Shifter, yeah, thank you for Tower of Fortune. I do not read Japanese. I occasionally, as I did at the beginning of the stream, point my translation camera on my mobile device at my screen so I can read Japanese descriptions on Japanese levels. Given that it's a Pitch Shifter level, I guess whether you see the English or Japanese version of the level depends on some kind of clown car randomizer at the beginning. But in any case, I do look forward to Tower of Fortune. Would I ever watch The Crown? I mean, I have nothing against the idea. But for me, when it comes to a lot of television series, I find it very difficult to find a time. I've always wondered how people make that much time for like really long-running series. Or, you know, things that they consume all at once on Netflix or formerly on DVD box sets and the like. And I realize that that's because the time that a lot of other people put towards series that have a very large total running time is the time that I put towards stuff like Mario Maker, or just towards Twitch generally. That's kind of on a shared budget, apparently, for how much time I spend staring at a screen. So I don't actually follow series that much compared to the degree to which I watch individual films. And even so, lately I haven't been watching that many films because I find it difficult to sit down with them at home, whereas they used to be very much an experience in, you know, actually getting outside and buying a ticket. Google Translate sucks when it comes to English to Japanese. Yeah, I would assume so. But, oh, whoops. Missing the bounce here. Yeah, those of you waiting patiently in queue, this is actually probably the first mildly time-consuming level we've received today, so I hope you don't mind if I spend a little longer getting to clear, since this is well within my reach, I think, when it comes to technique. We blasted through a couple of easier creations earlier on the stream, so it kind of makes sense to break up the pace a little bit and put in a good effort towards this one as we head towards the blooper section here after that on-off turnaround. Here we go. Whoops. And SDJML, you like series because you can put more content in and flesh out the story? Yeah, sometimes. I mean, you know, stories are as long as they need to be to tell the story, I guess. But if you watch a lot of older films in particular, you realize that something like a 2-hour or even 90-minute running time is much more capacious than you would think it is if you use it efficiently and know how to deliver a lot of information well, not just through the text of the screenplay and the dialogue and so on, but through just really good use of implication and visual information and so on. And so I find that in some ways kind of getting a drama that has this really large-scale novelistic complexity to it within something like a 2-hour running time is something that used to happen much more often and has kind of fallen into decline, especially as major Hollywood screenplays have actually become more formulaic, I think, within the past 20 years. That's one of the problems with films becoming very formulaic in some respects, is that a lot of them are laden nowadays with a lot of apparent complexity, I think. You know, in terms of like big plot twists, etc., that make things more confusing, but don't actually make the drama more interesting, and don't really develop the plots in a dynamic way. But thank you very much, Atlas Fire, for Goombas Lost in Space. That was, I think, a very engaging and readable level, and I kind of like that fake out at the end, partly because it isn't very threatening, it's just there to laugh at you a bit. So, very nice creation there. Let's plug in a sub next. I don't know if active subs are in queue. Well, Supernova, I'm not too trigger happy when it comes to booze. Especially not with viewer levels. Supernova, you sent me Eli's code, I believe. We'll take a look at that quickly. We did already see Nova's own creation, that Muncher C, Muncher Do level, earlier in the stream. Art Pop Rain, welcome back. Art Pop, I assume that we'll just be continuing with your Super World when we get to you, since we were partly through the puzzle segment of your world. Okay, so Supernova, do you have anything specific that you would like to suggest? Given that it is a suggested code from somebody else, do you recommend something that's not going to be too time consuming, but let's see what we have. Played Bedtime Story? No, I don't think I have. So Once Upon a Time. We're going to be back in a night theme with Spinies once more, so let's see even more of that. Oh, wow, huge number of plays on this. This one really seems to have taken off, so we'll see what that's all about. Seems like a bedtime story for many of you would be thematically appropriate. This is already the same kind of level as what we just saw. Almost exactly the same, in fact, down to a combination of Goombas, trampolines, and Spinies. So, this seems familiar. Looks like we do need to project the big shell leftward. Hence that E-block marker. Oh, whoops. Just slipped off before I actually input the shell jump here. No wall jumps if you mean the kind of quasi-wall jumps that we saw with the stacked trampolines in the last level, I guess. No, we haven't seen that yet, but other than that, this seems to be a close cousin of the level we had just experienced. Okay, that's going to flip. That's going to flip. Nope, a little bit too early. Eli loves wall jumps. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. Although, of course, being in the Super Mario World style, who knows? If that will happen at all. Okay. Yeah, kind of like how that is a player synchronized timing. That's going to be checkpoint 1. Okay. Up we go. And up we go. World 1 just as jumps, World 2 includes throws, I see. Yeah, let's just pop this. P jump. And we're a little bit slow on this, but no, we're not. Okay, that was a bad idea. Yeah, I guess it's night level night for whatever reason. Whoops. Not watching that wall accurately. I do like the timing from checkpoint, though, in terms of just being able to take off right away and have everything work out accurately. For Nova, I would say some night levels look great. There are some themes that are comparatively muddy, especially in the new super artwork in this game, which has never quite matched up to the actual look of NSMBU originally. That's the unfortunate thing, I think, about how NSMBU is rendered in this game. There's a little bit of a disservice to how good the artwork in the original actually is, as much as it gets a lot of flack for being in what seems to be a derivative style. Okay. I don't mind that Z marker, given that this was a very speedy segment. You almost lost a level you spent 2 weeks on because of lack of sleep. Oh, you mean you almost accidentally exited the game, or while you were inattentive? Accidentally deleted it? Or almost did? Well, I'm glad you said almost. And that maybe things were not as bad as they seemed at the time, so... Okay, so... pretty straightforward level. Apparently it's the kind you read to your kids when you put them to bed. Which is kind of a good thing, that it is pretty easily readable. Oh, okay, you barely canceled out of the reset rocket. Yeah, you want to be careful about that. Sure. But as long as you didn't save out of it. Let's mark that as a win. Let's move on to whoever is next. Buggles is definitely still here. It's going to check the current state of the queue, because we will be open for a little longer, but we'll see how much longer. This is usually around a time when I start to think about closing, but I did start late today, so let's get through as much as we can. Whoops. And question mark, question mark, question mark. Use Yoshi, only one clear so far on what is a very new upload. With lots of springs on the main screen by the looks of it. Okay, so apparently we need to remember to use Yoshi. For whatever reason. Yoshi is able to get fire, Yoshi is able to get springs. I think the idea here is that you eventually just want to light the bombs on fire, and that's... well, let's think about this. I would probably want to place some springs on top of other springs so they can be usable as a platform. Not like that, but... let's actually try to do some kind of soft dropping. I want Yoshi to bounce on top of these guys. Okay. Yoshi's going to spit all the way over. Oh, right, because it's in this style. 2-minute record on this? Really? Okay. Also, just thinking about what the on-off switch is realistically going to do for me here. I guess it would just let me go through the top, although... Could be that the bombs are within range. No, they're not within range of anything that's going to be part of this scroll stop wall, so we'll see what that's about. Hang on just a second here. Let's get everything out of the way. And spit from this location. Okay, that's good. I could just bounce on top of that right now, in fact, but... Hang on. One spring should be enough, probably, yeah. Let's take a look. But I don't quite know what's going to happen when we go up top, right? Because it seems like now we have a couple of spikes to deal with. And that we need to probably take everything up one piece at a time. Let's get as much of these upstairs as we can. Quite know the series of interactions will be here, but let's grab something just in case. Yeah, I don't really know what I'm aiming for, that's the thing. Let's see. Okay, I see. So I do need an off switch here. That's going to require me to... Whoops. Well, get stuck here, first of all. No, I could just ground pound on this. I'm sure that wasn't really the intended method, or was it? Seems kind of odd. I mean, we'll just get through here directly. And I still have Yoshi available, so... It's a side thwomp by the looks of it. Sideways springs are to stop Yoshi from running away. I see, okay. Okay, so this is just using Yoshi to breathe fire. And what's over here? Okay. Interesting, not really sure what that's doing for me, but we'll make it over here accurately, I hope, and then... There we go. Oh, bad idea. That's okay, we'll grab Yoshi down here and go through the door, which is going to drop me in this location and give me fire. Hang on just a moment while I... Okay. Probably need to take damage first, and then nuke that. Okay. And let's pop these just in case. Alright, a little bit strange. I'll have to see what's going on over here. Nothing's going on over here. Okay, so that was not actually useful. Then am I just stuck down here unless I am stuck down here, okay. Unless there's anything else I can do. Was there something that despawned here that was supposed to spawn? Is this the idea? You seem to be surprised. You swear you loaded this in, okay. Well, let's go to the left of the screen to see if maybe we just inadvertently destroyed something, or... Yeah, I might need a bug fix here. Why did the game not load this in? Oh, okay, I ran out of time. Not sure what you were going for, if that was supposed to be the intended path. So, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to prevent Yoshi from running out initially, I think there are a couple of different ways you can gate this instead, such that the springs aren't kind of here as this edible red herring. Usually, if you just want to make a very simple one-way gate that doesn't involve one-ways, you can just kind of have the player just jump through something like a semi-solid, for instance, land on the right side of the screen, and that would just do the trick for you, so... because if the purpose of the sideways springs is just to control Yoshi's position, there are ways to do that that can be a little bit more clear when it comes to whether or not you should plan around taking the springs forward. Okay, that's once again going to be a ground pound. And, okay, there's supposed to be some kind of thwomp check there, I see. There's actually no on-off switch or anything here, which is okay, because it means that nothing here is time-sensitive. Not exactly sure what you're doing with the thwomp dropping the donut blocks, unless it is some kind of entity management. Okay, thwomp is only going to go to the left, though. Seemed very much like some kind of entity management, actually. But I'm not entirely clear. Okay, here we go. Going to pop that guy, and that gets rid of the spike top. That's okay, I don't think we needed him for anything too interesting. Whoops. Yeah, we'll just jump over here and get into the blue pipe this time. And yeah, SDGML, the Supernova, look at this, is your favorite kind of pipe. SDGML, yeah, the thwomp initial positioning, when it comes to dropping the donut blocks, the orientation of the thwomp itself doesn't matter if you're ever using that for entity management of some sort. Okay. Looks like we just kind of use Yoshi here. And, I mean, we could just go straight for the axe. Anyway, now that you blasted all of those naked pipes into everybody's innocent eyes, oh wow, after all that work I was still over 20 seconds, or just a little under 20 seconds behind record. We're running one pizza and tuna. Let me take a look at the overall structure. I don't know what you were going for with the one room that was with the spikes, because... Oh, I see, okay, so the ice is gated there, but then... After that, the room looks like it's a dead end. So I don't know what you were doing there with that room, like whether it's a total trap. Because if I'm looking at the place in the sort of middle bottom segments here, where you drop in from the door, it really just looks like a dead end to me. Like I'm not sure whether the player is able to do anything. I'm not sure what it was you were expecting to spawn in that location. Oh, unless you're thinking of the thwomp and donut block drop as something that's going to give you a donut block for door. That's the only thing I can think of in terms of what you were going for. So, anyway, thank you for that, Puggles. I hope that was a useful look at things that you might still be tweaking. So, let's mark that as a win. So up next is going to be next. And it's going to be Terminator. And Terminator is going to send me LF9, 1G5, QGG, as well as some wishes to enjoy whatever this is, which is Yoshi Must Die. Mario found out Yoshi is snitching to Bowser. Yoshi has outlived his use. Very high clear rate for a Terminator level. But we'll see how much of it is because of resets or anything that is introduced by puzzle solving, as you can see from the tag. But yeah, it looks like we have to do something about Yoshi. SDGML, it's not as though Yoshi is a cat. In fact, Yoshi is one of the very few things in Mario that's not yet a cat, given that Bowser's Fury turned everything into a cat. I want to live! Okay. Is he just talking to himself? Is this... Oh, I see. Okay, it's like a sort of imagined platonic dialogue between you and Yoshi. So the idea here is that we drop Yoshi into the fire, right? And then what happens? Well, let's see. Creative Creeper, thank you for your submission of bonus stage Keep Running. Well, here's another Yoshi. I guess the idea here is that we have to keep killing him. Eventually. But... yeah, it looks like if I somehow take damage, Yoshi would run across the bumper, drop on top of the spring, and then the spring would probably drop something like a Muncher on top of the P switch would get you through some gates. So the idea is to take damage while riding Yoshi. Except I'd have to go over the left side to do that. No, I'd have to hit the on-off switch to do that. Because that would also give me the P door. Oh, I see. I need to be fairly quick about that because of the shell coming out of the blaster. Okay. Alright. I can see now why there's the high clear rate, because you have something that's timing based. Okay, now we get through here. And we're kind of P-gated for a while, and then eventually we have to think about the next P door, so... yeah, it looks like once again we have to take damage, so... and we also need to manipulate the on-off state, such that Yoshi eventually drops off accurately onto the spring, rather than runs around. Let's start it with the off state, then. And then we'll do a bit of delivery here. Nope. Missed the last press. Do appreciate the gentle resets, though. There we go. And that's going to be the next P door. And... we literally just saw Yoshi come from an egg. He's just a baby. Have mercy. Well, I mean... it's not like his species is facing extinction or something. Okay, so the idea here is, once again, to take damage... why Fire Yoshi this time, I wonder? Looks like I do have to toss this. And then Yoshi's going to do the whole big run-up here. And then I do eventually need it to... have the Thwomp do that very ugly squish. Okay. Humans aren't facing extinction either. Yeah, okay, that's a Good point. That might be making me rethink my ethical system slightly. But only slightly. Looks like I want to drop Yoshi on top of this. Nope, not quite. Unless I just up throw into him. Although that he would just fall right back through the bumpers, I believe. But I can take damage. If I take damage, then Yoshi can land on top of this, I think. No, not quite. Oh no, he's going to get lifted up anyway. And then I toss this into him. Like that. There we go. We get a key? Yes, we do. Let's not take damage. Let's take the spring with me, actually, in case that comes in handy. Checkpoint, and then now we have some kind of Yoshi killing boss. Let's take damage. So Yoshi's going to drop something on me to have his revenge. Oh, okay. Alright, I guess I'll take damage here. Unless I have to get on Yoshi. I may, in fact, have to get on Yoshi. Let's see if there's a Yoshi check. Yep, there is a Yoshi check, so... Guess I should have taken damage and then got it on top of Yoshi there. Okay, so the spring's not going to be too useful. And... You know, Pitch Shifter, it's sort of interesting you say that because somebody who is observing this planet from afar might have reason to believe that the dominant species on the planet is the chicken. If we just go by the quantitative evidence alone. Whoops. Okay, going to get through that surprisingly smoothly. Drop Yoshi down there. And it says the last Yoshi. The last of its kind. Apart from all the other ones. Sure, we'll end it. Okay, now they're extinct. Till the next time we see them in a level, of course. Poor Yoshi. You can cheese this by up-throwing the spring into note blocks. Yeah, if you think about a key spawn at the end. I think that is in fact true. I'm going to mark that as a win. Let's take a look at what's next. The next submission is going to come from SDGML, who's going to be much kinder to our dinosaur companion, presumably. I do wonder what it says, that even when Mario Maker 1 came out, the first thing that came to a lot of people's minds was, how do I make a level that involves killing Yoshi? It seemed to be popular to the point of cliche, like, you know, everybody just had this formative memory of dropping Yoshi into the abyss for the Cheese Bridge secret in the original Super Mario World, which, if I remember correctly, isn't even necessary to get the secret. It's the way that everybody did it, but you can in fact do it with the Cape Flight without dropping Yoshi into the middle of nowhere. Anyway, here's Boom Boom's hat collection, and we have not played this. It involves stealing Boom Boom's hats in order to defeat him. And yeah, you do still need Yoshi to get over the jump that comes after getting the key. That's very true, as Terminator pointed out. It's not necessarily obvious to me that I needed to leave that with Yoshi. Whoops, that was a mistake. Actually, not a fatal mistake. Okay. Looks like it is just a very rapid hat swapping level. And we'll just spend this 3 times, hit checkpoint, and more POWs will present themselves. Interesting what's going on here. It seems like once we get a key at some point, we go through a door or through a pipe perhaps, and we just drop in. Unless this is... let's think about that later. Looks like we do need to activate the switch. Whoops. Oh, I've gated myself off. I do need to just take damage, get the hat stripped off, and run right through. Okay. First part is practice, I see, because we'll have a lot of hat swapping to come. And it will be a multi-checkpoint setup. Yes, I see. Hence why you have a couple of different drop points onto the checkpoint that we saw previously. Let's take a look at the bullet hat room first. Okay, I assumed that the P blocks are giving you an idea of where you should be traversing. Nope. Do appreciate that you get some soft retries here, as well as a reset door in case you outright kill the Piranha Creepers. Okay, on to the semi-solid. And we smashed that thing. I wonder if I need to go down to smash it some more, actually, but we'll just go back down and... Yes, because we do eventually need to get a key off Boom Boom, it seems. And the way to do that will be, first of all, whoops. Nope. Let's let the Creeper come back out. And here we go. Whoops. Slam into that thing. There we go. And that will be it for this segment. We could grab a hat, but I think we'll be given one soon enough as we get through more of the multi-checkpoint layout. Going to have a POW hat check there. And let's save our favorite for last. Our favorite, of course, being the Goomba. Yeah, nice use of the donut blocks to create a one-way towards the safety coin. Okay, POW is going to be next. Yeah, the Goomba hat is one of the most underrated items in the game. I have a certain bias when I say that, as somebody who is rather proud of one particular Goomba creation, but I really do love the hat. It was the first thing I played with at length after the April patch last year came out. Almost exactly a year ago. Slightly over a week. Slightly over a year ago, I think. It came out on the 22nd or 23rd of April last year. And so, we've been sitting on that body of Mario Maker content ever since. What's everybody's times on the last Ninja? Furry Nova, I usually play the Ninjas up to about, you know, I can usually get into top 1% or so. The latest one I've not been working on at all. I honestly didn't enjoy it that much from what I saw, but I haven't really looked at it thoroughly. Because, yeah, usually I just sort of find my own route and try to squeeze my time down to something reasonable that doesn't require a lot of precision or work. And that tends to get me down to about 1%. But top 1% rather. And, you know, past that I usually can't be bothered with the optimization. This time I haven't even done that because the structure of the latest Ninja level is one that I don't feel like I have a good grasp on yet. I do like most of the Ninja levels. I think this so far has felt like one of my least favorite, but sometimes I do warm to them after I've had a chance to really take a thorough look at them. Okay. Cannon box is going to do that for me. Alright, let's just move on up. Yeah, clouds are going to dip. The one on the right dips all the way down. The one in the middle seems safe. The one on the left is going to dip. This is just going to be on my way out after I have the key off Boom Boom, of course. I should have actually read what was going on with Boom Boom. Oh, here we go. Oh. That was not what I expected, but I guess I need to activate the Thwomp and then get the Thwomp to travel all the way over. Nope. I will need to get a second shot there. And yeah, Fury Nova, I don't think that people who are playing your levels particularly care about the number of stars on your profile from the Ninjas. I mean, it's nice to have the gold stars on your profile for a while, but I don't think people take it too seriously when it comes to telling you anything meaningful. I mean, kind of nice to have as a point of pride, I guess, but oops. I should just activate the switch after I've sent the Thwomp over already, so I trap it like that. Oh no, because it's already trapped. I need to hit the next on-off switch. Okay, no, that's not something that worked at all. I need to activate the Thwomp and then, yeah, race it over such that it's trapped. Then bring it back. Okay, there we go. And then I need to smack the Boom Boom. And here we are. Okay, pretty understandable once I've looked at the switch layout. And yeah, Pitch Shifter, your lurk is acknowledged. A lot of people do try to use that as a bot command for some reason, probably because some other streamers have some kind of bot response for it, but I will personally acknowledge that you are in fact lurking. And here we go. Whoops, no. Let's reset. So yeah, Fury Nova, I don't know if you have a particular favorite when it comes to the Ninja level selection. Whoops, no, let's refresh the propeller here. Trying to do the high spin there, and that didn't actually, whoops, do anything for me. Okay, let's try to get out of there in time, and that was not going to work. This room is the hardest? Well, that's alright. I think comparatively everything has felt pretty similar in difficulty tuning so far. I just tend to be bad at the wall jump out of the pipe exit sometimes, as people who have seen me play more technical at 3D world levels know that is a bit of a known weakness of mine. So, Silver Soul Taker, welcome. And whoops, nope. Let's try to get out, nope. Okay, so we just need to do that 3 times to bop Boom Boom 3 times. That's seems like that's all there is to it. And yeah, Fury Nova, I think Speed Adventure of Link was the one that I had the best time percentile-wise. I really felt that expressed a lot of what was strong about the Ninja concept. And Silver Soul Taker, use your judgment, I guess, when it comes to difficulty. I'll see if I can finish in a reasonable amount of time. Actually, since you would probably be closer to the end of the queue, by the time we get near the end of the queue, things that are not super difficult would be preferred, simply because it makes it easier to have a predictable ending time. But yeah, use your best judgment. I will be closing the queue fairly soon, so you'll want to get that in before too long. And if you ever change your mind about the submission, we can handle that either manually or with the replace command. So, yeah, I will definitely be closing the queue by the time I'm finished with this level. The level is called Really, Really Difficult, but it's apparently an easier level, so we'll just have to take your word for it. And up we go. And through. Okay. Twice more. Hey, yeah, I know this is a relatively early level for you. I think it's a pretty clean set of challenges regardless. I will say that when it comes to sort of repeat 3 times segments like this one, that it's nice if there's some kind of variation that happens by the time you're through to the end. But then maybe that's just a sort of Nintendo-style habit that we're often accustomed to. So, let's punch through here. Oh, no, never mind. Do want to peel off the POW once again. And then now on to the best of the hats. Let's see what you've done with the Goomba. Okay, it's going to be mostly just a flop check, but we'll eventually be wrapping back around here after jumping on some surprisingly stable surfaces. Looks like we'll just bop the skip squeak. And wander our way over. Sneaky, sneaky. Okay, looks like we go over. Whoops. My mistake. Interestingly enough, I probably could have bought Boom Boom there, but then I would have been trapped above him. Okay. So, why did I come through the propeller segment? Never mind, I have done the propeller segment. I wanted the Goomba segment, so let's take the death. And lower the clear rate for no particular reason. Yeah, no, SDGML, I just sometimes lose track of where I'm going. Especially in multi-checkpoint levels where I'm doing things in some kind of custom radial order. Okay. Nope. Let's get out. This might be a bit of a problem. I can't quite ground pound here. Oh, no. I can get through the reset door. That's going to be fine. Yeah, once again, it's going to be a bit of a repeat spree. Just by the nature of how Boom Boom works. And we'll get up there soon enough. Alright, let's actually get a decent dash into the jump this time. Might be important. And yeah, Boom Boom is going to stick around long enough that... I guess I was supposed to wall jump up there, actually, and stay above the thwomps. Long enough to stall above Boom Boom, which... For some reason I was reading that as a repeat 3 times cycle, in spite of the fact that there was no evidence that that would be the exit from Boom Boom's area, so I just misread that, and we'll just go back and do it properly this time. And up we go. What? Nope. Never mind. Okay. Let's remember which room we're going for this time. Seems rather important. And here we are. Okay. All the way up, and once more we'll come down here, and this time I'll do things properly. Just stall up here until we are through. Oh, whoops. Totally missed. I thought I could salvage that while I still had invincibility frames. That would allow me to get the third bomb for the key. In theory, that was doable, but it's probably nicer to just execute that cleanly. I mean, I guess the P blocks in that final segment are there to make it really obvious for the player that a wall jump is prescribed. I think in general you don't need as much P block indication as you have here for the various arcs, but that's okay. I mean, we would have needed to figure out the wall jump either way, no matter what happened. Okay, only got the second hit there. Only issue there too is that if you're descending towards that location, you don't actually get to see where Boom Boom's feet are just from the camera scroll. So I did have to learn the hard way that that's where the exit block was going to be located. But once you see it once, it's very clear what's going on. So, Fury Nova, yeah. Oh, whoops. Paying too much attention to chat. Yes, I have played Celeste. I did not finish all of the advanced content like the B-sides, C-sides, and the newly patched Chapter 9. But I did play it back when it launched on Switch, and collected all of the A-side stuff, like the red strawberries. And yeah, a lot of the people who come by this stream are people who know Celeste quite well, so you're certainly not alone in that score if you've played a lot of it. And okay, let's jump around. Oh, whoops. Yeah, just sort of missing on a drop there. I should actually think about using the ground pound, perhaps. Assuming I can still bounce gracefully off Boom Boom to stay alive. Or really just using the air stall, which actually kind of lowers your foot falling angle in the 3D world style, rather than extending your horizontal distance the way it does in SMBU. Okay. Once more. And here we are. And Boom Boom's just going to sit there very calmly due to the presence of the Goomba hat. Nope, that's going to be a problem. I thought I was going to salvage that once more, but not quite. You got up to Farewell when the wall separates Madeline from the bird. I see. I did figure out where all the B-sides were located. I did unlock all of the B-sides, but I just never got around to finishing them. It's one of those games where if you're distracted from a game like Celeste and you go off and play something else for a while, it's hard to get back in without feeling like you need to just practice the whole game again and relearn it. Which doesn't take long if you're just doing the basic clears on the A side. Like, it didn't take me long originally just to clear the game. But it's one of those where, you know, you can't take too much of an absence from it, simply because the further you are from the game, the rustier you feel. Okay, going to escape here with Goomba hat intact, which is wonderful. And which will not help me here. I do need to get to Safety Coin. Safety Coin is going to drop me to that warp block that has not been unlocked. As I've been saying, I will be closing the queue at the end of this level, so Yeah, sure, we'll go down and grab some of this. And it looks like it's safe down there, but I can't actually see. Looks like it's safe, though. Yep. Okay. Oh, good. It's just a massive bonus coin segment for people who need those extra lives. Or just like to collect shiny things. Alright, let's take this. And go. And yeah, SDGML, if you want to sneak one more in after I hit a win, you go ahead and do so. I hopefully will be able to get to it before you have to go and crash, or before I have to go and crash, but afterwards, that will be closure, so thank you for that. Yeah, closure in just a moment. Stealthy Ascent. That sounds a Goomba-like. Let me just take a moment to update my stream title. And the bot display and everything else to reflect that the queue is in fact closed. And oh, world famous tall boys. Yeah, world famous tall boys. We'll take one, sure. I don't know if I can get to you, but just pop it in, and then I will close for sure. I mean, I did give a little bit of fair warning, but yeah, just pop it in quickly. Otherwise, I will definitely be shutting it off once again. So. I'm going to punch in the next code first. If you don't want to resubmit it, though, then I will, in fact, shut for real. Especially because we have Electrodude's code coming in. And thank you for submission, world famous tallboys. I hope to get to everybody. Snot cheese sounds tasty. Let me make sure the bot is displayed as closed. And yeah, Twitch does not let you spam your code. It's very true. Okay, this one may take a little bit of time for those of you who are still behind in queue, because it is a level that we've been very close to clearing lately. We got within the last 2 jumps yesterday. So it might take me a little bit of time to get properly warmed up for it again. But do expect that this one might be a block that takes up, say, about half an hour or so. But we will try to get to everybody, as always. But sometimes it takes a couple of attempts just to get into the groove again to even do anything reasonable with a level of this difficulty. So, luckily I do still have some muscle memory from doing this last night. Or yesterday morning. One of the two. SDGML, I guess. Yeah, you've got a slide presentation going on, then that's certainly one thing to work on. Out of the many, many possibilities. So yeah, we got very, very close to finishing this one. And I may in fact have it eventually, I just need to get some of the early jumps out of my system. I played this often enough on a stream that there isn't much more to talk about when it comes to chatting about the level itself. It's just a matter of clearing it at this point, so. We'll just kind of sit around and see if we can progress. Sometimes it goes smoothly. Sometimes it requires a little bit of effort to get going. But yeah, just a matter of getting the good attempts back in. Which I haven't quite been doing so far. I feel like I actually got off to a better start yesterday, despite having had some time off. Okay. And yeah, for Nova, that is Electrodue's maker code that was listed under current. But this level is Subterranean Spikeball Saving, if you are looking for it. Most of Electrodue's levels are easier than this one. This is, I think, the third hardest by a long shot. So, even if you're somebody who's not a Shell Kaizo player, there's a lot of stuff going on in that profile that would be much more approachable. You think Luigi is the man for the job? We'll see if that's the case on the next attempt. Whoops. I guess that's the case on the next attempt. Okay, it looks like it's going to be the Year of Luigi once more. Nope. What? Yeah, kind of a rough start relative to how I was doing previously, but we'll just get back into the flow of it, estimate my jumps a little more accurately, and nope. And just get some of the shell releases cleaned up. Yeah, there is a practice door that takes you to the second section, but by now we've actually gotten to the second section the normal way, often enough that I am just trying to go for the clear. Again, a sloppier start than I expected, though. Sometimes the good attempts come in all at once, sometimes they just aren't quite there. Yeah, I need a bit of a straighter positioning coming out of some of these shell pickups. And if I can get that to behave a little more consistently, then I'm in good shape. But we've been pushing at this for quite some time. It was something that was originally submitted to me last year, and then I was off for several months and just recently got back into it. Now, because at this point, we have nothing left to clear from Electrodue apart from the really hard stuff. Nope. Bad shell release. Okay. I guess the last time Luigi got a great deal of attention would have just been in Luigi's Mansion 3. Doesn't seem like he's been up to much since then. Well, apart from the port of 3D World, of course, but then it's not like Luigi was included in any of Bowser's Fury, really. Oddly enough, the equivalent of Gooigi was kind of there as a shadow character. You hope to pump out more levels soonish? Yeah, I know you've been busy. From what you were telling me previously. Okay, just need to get some of the early jumps to feel as automatic as they did when I was really in the pocket yesterday and had this going much better than how we're seeing me do right now. There we go. Now, this is the jump I'm always a little worried about, because that shell release can be a little bit of a nightmare at a time. Whoops. In general, though, there is some flexibility to where you go with your jumps. So we'll just roll the dice on this until we get some good attempts in. Nope, still not a good release there. Just going too low in general there, in fact. Might be inadvertently letting up on a jump. Nope. Yeah, I guess it's just one of those days when I'm a little bit rusty on this. Maybe not totally warmed up. Okay, let's pop this. And what do we have here? Okay. Good, that spiny shell got out of the way. Let's pop this. Looking good so far. And missing the final shell jump, which I'm still doing as a forward shot just for comfort. Okay, that's a hefty chunk of recovered progress. And we'll just need to get back there. Whoops. Up we go. Okay. Always satisfying when some of the last-minute jump adjustments actually do wind up working out. Just that last-minute repositioning, a little bit left or right. Glad I have the flexibility to do that from time to time. But it's going to be all about that red shell release when we get to it. Okay. If we can get one really good attempt into the second half, then things should go fairly decently. Given how the shell throws are going today, though, the Muncher in the beginning of the second half is still a persistent worry. But I think we'll just have to worry about that when I manage to get there successfully at all, which has not happened yet in this sitting. Getting there, though. Can't be too self-conscious about muscle memory when it comes to shell jump placement. Here we go. Chugging away up. This is the one that is a concern, and I am not even going to make it because I landed too far left in that shell. Thinking too far ahead, perhaps. Already looking forward to the next jump after that without having sorted out a simple landing first. Well, that's the kind of mistake we'll just have to correct. Bought this, bought this. And looking okay so far. Whoops. Yep, we got Kaizo'd, apparently. I'm still not accustomed to referring to any odd invisible block as a Kaizo block. I know that's really just partly a legacy of those being used all over the place in the original Kaizo Mario world, but I find that these days it doesn't really have much to do with the Kaizo style. And invisible blocks are just invisible blocks, as they always have been. I remember when I was kind of first introduced to that kind of block placement, though, where it kind of dunks you on a normal-looking jump for the purposes of trolling. That seemed to be all over the place in the early days of Mario Maker 1, when it was still new to people who don't play ROM hacks. I guess we've learned a thing or two since. I haven't seen those in a while, but then that's partly because I only really play viewer levels and curated selections these days, and so we're not likely to run into makers who try to dunk you with invisible blocks incautiously. And just as a result of selection bias. little bit late on that release, in fact. I find that I usually released a red shell too early, and so that time I was overcompensating. Nope. Well, that's okay though. We have gotten into the second half once. The muncher does concern me, but once we get past that, the biggest thing to worry about is actually going to be just the final jump, which I haven't made all that often, even in practicing the second half by itself. And, you know, we'll just push on this until it falls. Yeah, in the meantime, we're going to think about what else to do with the search for the next emote. I know that Fury Nova said that there was already a suggestion in the Discord. I'll have to take a look at that afterwards. I'm not quite as preoccupied with playing the levels, but I'd definitely be interested in knowing whether people have a particular preference for whether the next emote is going to be GG or Raid or Shakespeare or whatever else. Jab harder? Yeah, I guess that is the solution to a lot of the things that are going wrong. Part of course from the shell release timings. Okay, there we go. Nope. A little bit early on that shell. That was one that I was slightly worried about, because sometimes I react much too late to having picked up the Buzzy shell that comes up towards me. I knew that one might be a slight problem. And it's kind of nice to get all the way over there, though, because that is just a handful of jumps from the very end. And we'll just need to have a decent number of attempts on it to get me all the way over to tricks that for me are a little less reliable. But at least we have a good record attempt so far on this sitting. Really looked like that might have been it, but complications can get in the way. Nope. So yeah, Electro Dude, I don't know when the last time you saw a video clear of this would have been. Whether anybody else is actively working on it, or if most of the people interested in shell levels have played this already. Among those you've sent it to, anyway. It's probably one of the longest term projects we've had on this stream in terms of an uncleared level that I've gone back to repeatedly. But there has been so much noticeable improvement, I think it's been a worthwhile experience. Okay. Now, here we go. No, I knew that was going to be much too late a release, even when I was in the midst of doing it. The more consistently I can get over to the red shell, the better. And yeah, world's famous tall boys, if you are going to be right back, we'll take your word for that. Up we go. Okay, good. Good position there. Nope. Got up on a jump a little too much there. Got a bit complacent when I thought that everything there was finally working out positionally. Nope. missing. Yeah, after I play these for long enough, sometimes I do get conscious of my thumb beginning to slip on the buttons a little bit. The less you think about your actual mechanical inputs with your hands, the better this tends to go. So, just a matter of getting back into the zone. And up we go. Nope, miss. But yeah, usually if that shell works out, then I'm good for a while. It's always the number one worry in the entire first half. Even as we're having some issues with some of the early jumps along the way. Okay. Here we go. And yeah, just a matter of re-rolling on that segment. Whoops. Yeah, very easy to just kind of get into a trance state with a level like this and get right back into it. Kind of nice that it is tuned around just a running start from the beginning. That everything just is built around the expectation that you're going to be impatient to get right back into it without any kind of friction. Nope. I usually don't miss there, but you need to be conscious of the fact that it does occasionally happen. Okay. No, bad release. I once again knew that as soon as I released, that that was not going to work out. But yeah, if we can get at least one more attempt that gets me deep into the second half, that would be ideal. Whoops. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you are enjoying the stream. So yeah, anybody who came in newly today, Mario Maker is the main program on this stream most of the time, including the 2 viewer level sessions that we tend to do over the weekend. Lately, I've been switching to some other content midweek, including grinding out the final level of Super Mario 3D World, which I'll be continuing later this week. But for the most part, it is Maker content here, with some occasional surprises and diversions. Okay. Always a little bit worried about that Muncher, but okay, 1 jump and 1 throw away. I was kind of wondering where the choke was going to come in that otherwise remarkable looking run. I think that might actually be a new record, though, for this level, given that the best run that we had previously, yesterday, did not actually land on that last Buzzy Shell pickup. But technically, that's a new record. Technically. Nope. Didn't like that shell release even when I was doing it. I mean, I do still need to make the last shell throw, which, as I was saying before, in practicing the second half wasn't always successful. But yeah, as you can see, we have seen the overall flow of this level, and so there's nothing shocking up ahead that we haven't had a chance to look at already. I do know how it's supposed to go. I'm just one jump shy of doing it. And so yeah, we'll be running long enough today that I do intend to get through to Q. We'll stay on this one a little bit longer to see if I can get one good attempt in to clear it, since we are so close. But thank you so much to the patience of everybody staying. And we'll get everybody played for a reasonable amount of time. Okay, chug this upwards. Nope. For once failing on the muncher, unfortunately. Lately that had not been an issue. That time, that did not go well. Shouldn't overthink it. When the muncher segment goes well, it always tends to feel very natural. But it is one where I don't feel totally comfortable with it yet, from the perspective of consistency. So, always a slight moment of tension when we get over there, to see if I'm going to be proceeding any further. Yeah. Let's try to get that good attempt in. Nope. Sort of too bad that today it seems like there have been far too many squandered attempts on the earliest parts of the level, but then, as I was saying, there is always going to be a little bit of warm-up lag going into this. Nope. Yeah, with the long shell jump, red shell. I mean, you know, you have the marker placed there, but I think it's kind of difficult to spot intuitively whether the throwing arc is going to be successful. Whereas with many other shell jumps, even without markers or targets, you can at least approximate something just by watching the elements that are in motion. With the long shell jump, you can't really do that. You have to take the markers somewhat seriously. Okay. Some of the early throws, thankfully, are not too strict. Whoops. Oh, I don't know why I leaned back there. Kind of a bad fall. Okay. Doing well so far here. Nope. Now that time I released when the shell was kind of dead center on the marker. I often find with the throwing markers that I don't quite understand it, whether I should be thinking of the box as relative to me or relative to the shell or a mix of the two. So I just wind up doing whatever works. Here it seems like I kind of have to be in the box with the shell for that long throw, that both elements need to be there. The earlier jumps, it doesn't matter so much because I can adjust out of them, but we'll see. World Famous Tallboys, you're asking when is close? Oh, okay. Box is close. Not quite clear on what you meant by that, but we'll try to get in that mythical good attempt. Okay, try to get a good release timing off this guy. Good. There we go. Good landing off that. Almost missed there, in fact. Tug my way up. Okay. I regret everything. Well, that's the new record. The new record is missing the last shell. I mean, we've kind of seen that before from the perspective of doing the second half in practice. We'll take a few more cracks since this is almost there. It's just the last shell throw away. I guess the box was closed. Yeah, from previously practicing the second half, I wasn't quite sure that I could trust the final arc on a shell throw. It seemed like it had a slightly different arc than some of the previous ones, even though it was just a very normal looking shell jump. But I have a slightly different falling arc going into that column, I guess, because it's a bit of a longer drop there. Whereas with a lot of these earlier shell jumps, I'm kind of going pretty much straight up next to the throwing column. So the falling arc from me is a little bit different from what it is in the end, so... I mean, that's about as much of a nigh Electrodude as you could get, unless I hit the shell jump at the very end and somehow don't land accurately. That's really the closest you can be without getting the clear. Of course, I've highlighted the possibility of getting even closer and yet choking. Not because I think it will happen, but maybe just by mentioning it, I may have brought that into the space of possible realities. But we'll just have to see about that when we get there. Whoops. But yeah, I am staying on this a little bit longer for those of you in queue, just so I can take a proper crack at that, since we are so close. If I don't get back there for a while, though, I will call it. Just so we can make a reasonable effort to get through everybody without making it wait too long. Okay, I need to clean up this jump once more. At least I am getting back there somewhat consistently, but we've got some work to do. Yeah. Here's the moment of truth. One of them, anyway. Nope. You very much doubt I'll die after shell jump. I mean, I need to make the landing. But things can happen. Just given my personal playstyle and kind of complications it introduces from time to time. Okay. Up we go. And good. Somewhat accurate for once. Okay. Having a little bit of trouble with that throw now for some reason. It was not previously an issue, but I think I'm a little off-center on that column after the pickup. So. We'll see about that. Be very unfortunate to bail on this when we're one jump away, but I have had a little bit of trouble just getting back to that as cleanly as I would have hoped. Okay. Thought I was going to clip that spike after the spiny there. Regardless, we will need to repeat that. Yeah, if I can make one good solid run into the second half, Well, we'll hopefully get to clear, but that's probably as far as I'll take that today. No. Still need to clean up that shell release every time. Yeah, I feel like I don't have a good, consistent perception of what my intended release location is. It just feels like I'm making a small correction on that every time, depending on whether the last attempt went too early or too late. As you can see, still throwing too early at most of the time. No. Okay. I mean, we are going to get the clear on this eventually. I feel like it's very much within reach. It's just a matter of whether it's happening today or we'll just have to walk away disappointed. However, not totally disappointed given that we technically made progress towards a new personal best. Okay. Good jump there for once, and bad jump there again. But if I can get that high release in a red shell to be consistent, a lot of problems here get solved. So, no. Okay. Okay, everything's going fairly smoothly in that section at least. Nope, too early, once again. But yeah, we should be able to power through the first half after that's falling platform column over to red shell. Most of the time, although recently it seems like it's been the shell jump after the red shell drop that has been giving me an unusual amount of trouble. So, may need to take a break from this in a few attempts, unfortunately. Because it's getting to the point where my controller might be slipping a little too much. Or at least my fluency with this might be going a little bit backwards. Okay. Not quite there. And yeah, all about this next jump here. Nope, still missing. Still a little too early on a release every time. It's okay. Wow, okay, that could have gone badly, but managed to save that despite having a release timing that was not comfortable at all. Okay, now we've got an attempt. Now we almost had an attempt. Let's remember not to speak too soon about those things, but yeah, that's usually the location that's going to be the make or break point of the first half in its entirety. Usually getting past that is enough to get me a deep run. But we'll see if we can make that happen at least once more. Nope. Too late that time. It is the hardest jump in the level, yep. By far. It was actually kind of surprising me to see how much more smoothly the second half usually goes compared to that. Even back when I was practicing the second half for the first time not long ago. No. Yeah, let's see if I can get through the red shell column at least once more. I have to get back to it though, and hopefully that will not soak up too much time. But we are so close at this point to putting this one together. Okay. No. Yeah, just too many junk attempts in between the good ones today, unfortunately. Really can't afford to burn that much failure on some of the stuff that seems like it is comparatively solved. But that's just all part of the learning experience, I guess. Okay. Nope. Well, at least try to get up to the red shell once more. Yeah, now I feel like I am beginning to go backwards a little bit in terms of progression, and it's usually a sign that it's not going to get much better. That's from experience with a lot of other long difficulty grinds as well, not just in Mario Maker, but in some other games. There does come a point when you realize that a sitting isn't necessarily going to improve. I think at this point we will call it for now, but we did have the best attempt so far all the way up to the final jump, and I really do think that this is going to fall soon enough, so. Thank you for that, Electro Dude. We'll get back to it soon enough, I'm sure. And yeah, good time to take a break because regression is happening. I think we did peak on that, so. Okay, Fury Nova, if you are still hanging about, let's pull up whatever you sent me next. And let me just manage my chat. Okay, there we go. Good luck and have fun. We will do so. Okay, SFW 1-3. So this is apparently safe for work. The Spiny Skyline, that's a very new upload. Thank you for offering me first clear, by the way. A Bulfin-style autoscroller, maybe not to be confused with Bufflin. Replacement for the old 1-3, good luck. Yeah, it's kind of too bad that Bufflin has dropped off a bit lately. Actually, not too bad, because it means I might have a realistic chance of catching up with Bufflin levels for once, whereas last year he was working too fast for me to play. Okay. Forward. Oh, I see. Yeah, no. I saw the two key block markers there and assumed that it was going to pop on spike block both times, when second jump is actually going to be on spike. Gonna be full jumps all the way, in fact. This is just going to crawl all the way up. Very gentle exit. No, spin jump, of course. Super Fury Nova World. Okay, I see. Well, luckily for compliance with Nintendo policy, that's a Z, it's even marked as a Z. Luckily for compliance with Nintendo policy, it also seems safe for work. Nope. Need to get a high bounce off there. I knew that. I just missed the input. Yeah, oh, sorry. Yeah, visually it can be a little bit busy in places, I think. I actually have to... whoops, that's obviously a spin jump. I have to process quite a lot of visual data at once in this segment, I think. Especially with those blue blocks marking the muncher in terms of whether it's going to jump very high. Does mean that there's quite a lot of information to process. And I can read it, but we'll have to see. I'm guessing that track was mostly there to set up the stump drop on top of the spike top, because you would need to, of course, knock the chomp off the stump initially to get that setup working properly. Welcome back, world famous Tallboys. Whoops. Okay, up we go. I know that's just a miss. Did I beat the last level? No, I got up to the final jump. I died on the last jump, and from there I just kind of regressed. I was literally one shell throw away from making it happen. And it just did not go. Whoops. Okay, here we are. And okay, that's going to drop off nice and easily into the pipe. I don't like how generous the landing zones are, in fact. Thank you for offering me first clear. Unless, of course, somebody beat me to it, which is entirely possible. Yeah, the record, yeah, somebody beat me to it. So, thanks for offering it to me anyway, though. And congratulations to Titsu for snagging that first. Let's mark that as a win. Let's pop in a sub next. Silver Soul Taker, if you would like to check in. And yeah, it is indeed your turn, and you are here, so let's take a look at what we have here. This level is, oh yes, it's the one that was apparently really, really difficult. Okay, so let's see if we're going to be part of the 16% reverse clear rate. World record under a second, huh? Curious. So multiplayer versus, which seems promising, maybe. I mean, yeah, okay, let's take a look. I feel like I worked for that. Somebody changed the tag to multiplayer versus, and you've been meaning to change it but keep forgetting. Let's see how close we can get to the record. I mean, obviously it's not going to be beaten at this point. But I want to see if just running forward is going to match it, or if there's some kind of additional optimization that I'm totally unaware of. I'm going to look at the main screen. Yeah, it matches that exactly, so I'm sure that's a big, big tie. Let me take a look at the preview screen to see if there was anything else going on in terms of secrecy. And it appears not. So, thank you for that. That was something that required maybe fewer attempts in that shell jump level we received from Electrodude just now. So I guess the two of them balance each other out. And yeah, thank you, Silver Soul Taker. That was not too punishing. Bit Shifter. Bit Shifter said something earlier about lurking, but I believe they are still here. Oh, I guess I did technically ask for it. Silver Soul Taker. And from a time management perspective, I guess that actually did kind of work out. In terms of balancing out some of the lengthier sessions we had earlier, which is partly why I don't really run a strict time limit on this stream. I find that we'll receive enough of a good mix of levels that things just even out in the end when it comes to having a mildly reasonable wait time. Anyway, this being a pitch shifter level with Japanese title text this time. Legend says the ancient tower is home to RNG, the god of destiny. Isn't RNG pretty much the opposite of the god of destiny, though? I mean, if it's just pseudo-random, then okay, yeah, you have this finite space of possibilities, but it seems like the two ideas are in conflict. But we'll see how it goes. And yeah, world famous tall boys, the RNG is nothing to be afraid of. Egg goes honk, thank you so much for the follow. Think about pitch shifter levels. By the way, I was pressing against a wall there. I'm glad I didn't die to a bomb. Some people really do kind of expect you to not hit the wall. So, yeah, those of you who haven't seen a pitch shifter level before, a lot of them have the same kind of gating format where a coin drop randomizer gives you an item, clown car randomizer gives you a gate, and so you have a different mix of item plus gate. Oh, whoops. Didn't need to do that. Every time you re-roll into the screen. So, okay, I can actually afford to be slightly more patient there. And egg goes honk. Yeah, I guess that was a very purple hunk. Alright, it'll be a very similar idea, except we go right to left and have to dodge the cannon. Let's go over to curtain climb here. Whoops. I mean, we see curtain climb concepts in Mario Maker from time to time, but it actually tends to remind me of a particular level in Yoshi's Woolly World, which is very, very good. But Yoshi's Woolly World has a really good and decorative climb level that works by a very similar logic, I guess. In that you have a continuous drape of fabric to work with. Anyway, once again, it's going to be mushroom on the right side room. We'll have to adjust a little bit better out of the exit area this time. Okay, there we go. And we usually have enough time to plan around some of the dodging. Okay. This looks fine so far. And yeah, it just needs to drop off accurately. That's fine. We'll do that. That's going to be checkpoint. And a bit of a motion vine climb once again as we get into the next randomizer, which is going to give me mushroom and right side once again. Looks like it's going to be more vine climbs up the tower, this time with red mechas, which are going to threaten all kinds of bombardment. Okay, let's not hug the top of the screen too much. Sure, let's grab the key. What could possibly happen? Whoops, that could possibly happen. Whoops. Getting a little bit chaotic here from a dodging perspective, but I am somehow surviving. Key seems required. And we are through. Oh, okay, yeah, I see. If you are big, you get rewarded with an additional power-up. Always nice to see some progression like that for people who are clearing without a checkpoint. And this is going to be the boss of my choice, if previous pitch shifter levels are anything to go by. And, yeah. It's going to be a key. This is kind of a tutorial room for the boss if, once again, a previous pitch shifter levels are to go by. Okay, that's going to spawn the POW. Then we, whoops, try to hit that to the left side. Okay, doing well so far. Given the circumstances, we never know what kind of complication is going to spawn in, though, as the boss fight escalates. Whoops. Okay, we'll need to hit that from up top. And then now I need to time it such that we hit POW when the piranhas are on the ground, so we'll need to keep an eye on that. Having blue mechas as part of the final round also seems to be a bit of a pitch shifter staple. And yeah, as you were saying, a reward for those who successfully kept a mushroom. I feel like people don't do that kind of progression enough in Mario Maker, even though it's very much a Nintendo-style thing to do. That I think sometimes too many makers do try to make the experience consistent across checkpoint spawns, maybe a little too much. Okay. So, just going to see what this room is all about, since we have the chance to take a look at it. It looks like we definitely did pick the harder one. But we'll see how this concept is actually put into fruition, so... Okay, gotta mind the snake blocks. Snake blocks is going to disappear pretty soon, so... I need to get into a thwomp position. And then get into... thwomp position once again. Then hit out. Nope. Luckily, Fire Flower is going to give me a slight buffer here. That should get me to the next POW eventually. There we go. Okay, this is not as bad as I feared so far, but of course, Blue Mech is going to come in and have a word with me about that. And... okay. Yeah, I thought I was going to corner myself a little bit there, but... let's try this again. Yeah, a lot of different variations on some familiar concepts. Now, which one would I rather do? Let's, I mean, we have seen both kinds of rooms at this point, so... let's go for this one. I guess the other one is a little bit more unique relative to some of the other fights we've seen in this format, but either one will do. Whoops. Okay. Do a second activation here. Luckily I am tall, and so getting that is going to be a little bit easier to work with. Bullets are going to spawn here and give me some issues. Okay. Next Koopa. And now let's not get zapped. That's the priority here. Nope, missed. Needed to have the piranhas be on the ground. And I knew that. Luckily... oh, okay. We're going to get some space control coming from those guys here. Once again, miss. Nope. I'm going to get a little bit tense here. Especially now that Koopa threatens to be trapped. So yeah, it is a little bit time sensitive if I don't want things to get out of control. You know what, we'll just alternate between the two on every attempt. First of all, to keep the spirit of randomization here, and secondly, because I don't know which one's going to give me the clear first, so... okay, once again into the training room. Well survived? Well, almost. Could have gone slightly better, I think, but we'll see which one of these decides to be more cooperative. Okay. Here we are. Nudge my way up here. Yeah, I guess it didn't help that I missed the piranha positioning twice that time. Okay. Nope. That's going to get me into some trouble already, clipping my way down towards the bullet. Actually, it does work well, though. Okay. Going to give myself access there. This is going to be a bit of a problem, though, unless I take that guy out. Although another one will spawn from the bullet in its place. Yeah, kind of got trapped in the same corner once again, where I'm trying to aim for the last POW while the mechas are already active. And yes, indeed, Supernova, I am still alive. Hope you've been doing okay. Clearly, you have not been taking a snooze this time. Unless you did and just came back. And yeah, Art Pop, I was trying to get around to the mechas, but the thing is, the bullet blasters are just going to spawn another set, right? So, unless I know that I'm going to clear a lot of space for myself, it's not necessarily worth it to risk that unless I make use of that advantage quickly. So that was something I had considered, but maybe I hadn't considered it seriously enough, though, so we'll see. Okay, the fact that I'm still big is going to help here in terms of reaching the next POW with decent timing. Okay, next cycle. Nope. There we go. And that's going to push me directly onto the flag. And there's some kind of massive piece of artwork that is on the left side of the goal screen. That might have been the cover art, but I'm not exactly sure. For that, pitch shifter. Okay, so... Oh yeah, pitch shifter, you left a comment on the spinning blue circle level. That was definitely a fantastic one by Supernova that we had played on the stream not long ago. And yeah, I guess the piranha cover art was indeed placed right by the flag that we saw at the end, so thank you for that. I think that does it for active subs in the queue. Let me just verify that. So from here, we'll just be going down next. Art Pop Rain. If you would like to check in. And also let me know whether we're going to continue with the Super World submission we had from you before, or you're definitely not here. Okay, I'm definitely not going to punch in RVD 5J8 EYG, and I'm definitely not going to continue the world. For those of you new to the stream, when it comes to Super Worlds, if things go quickly, I usually continue to successive levels within the first 15 minutes or so of the submission. This one has been a set of puzzles, though, so we'll see how long that takes. And sometimes I go a little bit shorter if we're near the end of the stream, just so we can get through everybody still remaining in queue. But let's see, we yeah, are in World 2, and World 2, unlike World 1, was a puzzle world so far, and so we'll see if that continues. I think I played this one, Puzzle Schmuzzle. Reached the goal as SMB2 Mario. Let me just take a look then. Because I had played some of the ones before this. I had played this one at some point, but that's okay. Yeah, I do recognize it, so we'll just try to get through it quickly. if I can remember what was going on. So, yeah, I guess you would have sent this to me separately at some point. Looks like we want to get the key door active so we can grab the key. But while the on-off state is set to off. Spike is currently not spawning anything, probably because of entity blockage. Fire Flower gets me through ice. And yeah, I mean, I definitely don't remember the solution off the top of my head, so... Ultimately, we'll want to get the key and then get through the key door here, which... looks like it requires damage over to Muncher, unless, of course, I bomb this location first and then move the snake block, and then drop something down below to kind of get everything into position. Yeah, no, I get it. Drop the bomb here, move the snake block, drop 2 objects on top of the Muncher once it drops, so it would be something like the stump and the spring. Of course, to do that, we need to get the bomb first, which requires Fire Flower. To get the Fire Flower, we require the on-off switch. I believe that bumping the Thwomp is probably going to do something for me. So. Okay, P switch. And then I do need that on-off to be active though, otherwise I can't actually grab the key with a P-switch, and I will need to reload this now because the P-switch has been used, so... Let me think about the on-off switch then, because I think the idea here is that... Okay, on-off is something droppable here. I think, if we think about this carefully, Thwomp can hit the on-off if it's positioned a little bit to the left. What else would work there? Goomba would perhaps do something for me here. Goomba is accessible. So, oh no, okay, so it's not entity block. The spike is in fact throwing stuff. Goomba may be doing something here then. Yeah, let me think about that because we know how to get the P-switch activated. Goomba, if I throw it onto the right here, might be able to pop something from the pipe. Let's get over there and find out. Whoops, nope. Yeah, I do want to save the spring, of course, because of the Thwomp interaction much later. Nope. There we go. Bomb is going to release something from the pipe, which is going to be likely something that floats. No, it's just going to be SMB2 Mushroom. SMB2 Mushroom does... what for me here? I guess it allows me to take damage, among other things. Which might be important here because that would allow me to hit the on-off switch on the way up. Okay, no, I would need to think about this because... Let's start over. On-off switch is not going to happen that quickly then. Unless I find a way to bump the Thwomp left to right. Of course, actually, if I go through the P door, the P-switch reloads. And that might be important. Let me try this. Let's bump that. Let's just go through here anyway. That disappears, as I know. And yeah, having the P-switch right away then sets the switch off. Right, because if you drop it to that location, the spike ball hits the off. Okay, that solves everything then. Because now I need to grab the flower, and let's release the SMB2 mushroom first and bomb that location. Oh no, we can't do that anymore. So I may have missed my opportunity to do it, but of course we can always hit the off switch. once again, so... Yeah, because I needed SMB2 to go through here and probably bump the swamp again. Come over here, tap this, and then come over here and hit the P door. So let's... Yep. We will need to unlock access to the SMB2 mushroom so I can switch back to it after the flower, since we'll need to do some additional placements of objects. I can just run this one tile gap, of course, but... Okay. So yeah. Dropping this. Nope. Let's not get bumped. Well, even though actually unlocking the pipe would have given me SMB2 mushrooms, so that's actually totally okay if I get bumped there. And yeah, since I have played this one before, if we solve it quickly, we'll move on to the next one after it to at least take a look. Depending, of course, on how quickly I reconstruct the solution I had found before. Okay. Let's actually pick this up to get it out of the way. Have the on-off activation. SMB2 is going to come down here and bump around a bit. Even if I do collect it, it will come out through the pipe, so... No big deal, as I try to unlock a couple of things. Nope, I didn't want to set off the bomb, actually. But getting rid of those blocks will be fine, because it allows me to get over there on the next attempt. Okay, once again, let's do the bump. Whoops. That was not quite it, but if I just stand to the left and... Oh no, now I've got the same problem as before, though. Never mind. Let's drop in, reset the switch. Yeah, I was hoping to get a better throw in that swamp. Nope. Okay, that's not quite the way to do it then. Let me rethink this. Oh, and I've hit the on-off switch again. Okay, so that's not going to be it. But yeah, I do want the bomb though, because the bomb will allow me to knock out a bunch of other stuff. I could re-pick up the spring to make him drop. I don't know if you were referring to... Oh, whoops. Let's do the Goomba first. Whoops. Did not expect a crush death there. Just from the chomp setup. Yeah, it's just the stump setup there. Doing all that. Okay. Let's move this over. Nope, nope, no, no. Hang on. Let's fix the execution mistakes. And yes, Reeboks, welcome. Hope everything is fine on your end today. Whoops. Down we go. Okay. Nope. Hang on. Actually, do need to make a bit of a jump here to get the initial throw. Okay, let's figure out the wraparound on the thwomp here. Okay. That's fine so far. The next thing should be ice, since we have access to finally getting rid of all of that. Hang on. Collect SMB2 first so we can get out of the way. Well, that's alright, that'll do. And sure, we'll have to get across. Bomb is going to drop those, and we'll just get through the key door. You know, yeah, no. I should have just picked this up and jumped through here with the off state. That's much better. That would have been the simple way to do things, not that we ever do things the simple way. Okay, so that's done. Now we have access to the bomb, because the bomb is in that lower location, stacked with the Goomba. And okay, on that. Then I move this. Then we drop the spring on top of the stump. Although I guess things like the Goomba could work too. And we are through. Okay, since that was a repeat clear and it didn't take me very long, I will at least take a look at the next level and we'll see what we can do with it. Safety of man, hello. And let's see if we can get the clear on World 2. Cuzzle. And Pitch Shifter, yeah, thank you once again for dropping by with your level. Okay, it's actually going to have the Peepa Ghost, which is truly a rarity in this game. Key is going to be to the right of something that looks like a bombable location. Let's see what that's all about. Okay, it looks like a lot going on. Let's think about this. Yeah, it looks like we want some way to get the blaster out of the way for sure. Pow block is going to get rid of the bully. Should also get rid of the Thwomp if the Thwomp is grounded. I'm not sure why we would want to do that. Boomerang over on that side. Well, let's pop this guy first. Just make sure all that is going to go. Okay. Off switch here is going to get me through. I don't like the P-switch making the blaster gate permanent here by blocking it off. That's kind of a nice touch. It looks very much like I just need to myself navigate this. Nope, that's telling me no. Alright then, let's get back over. Okay, let's think about this. Donut block. Oh yeah, it's the donut block. I see it. That's... Oops. I can read this game from time to time. Okay, that's going to nuke all of that stuff. Boomerang is going to get me past a creeper. Presumably. I'm going to check the pipe anyway, but it seems like the door is probably the way to go. Hang on. Okay. Look at these creepers that are extending from the middle of space. Looks like the idea here is to retract the creepers in such a way that allows the bombs to drop and get ignited by fire. Interesting. Oh, okay, no, because it releases the bombs from that location. Then allows them to march like lemmings. And then you can guide a bomb down to where it will be zapped by the power of fire. Just trap it in that location until it decides to bomb that open. And then we let some other bombs down. Oh, okay, I guess I can come down here and ignite everything. Whoops. There we go. And that should grab me the key, and then... We'll see where to take it from here. Everyone is naked under their clothes, even the pipes, apparently. Through the key door. And that's going to be checkpoint. Okay, second key door here. We'll have to keep an eye out for that. Okay, we have to watch out for fire on the left side. Oh, let's not get crunched or anything. Going to be a hammer here, which is going to lead to some flexibility when it comes to crates. A P-switch is something that we can whip with a boomerang, and that would mostly have the effect locking off the bomb pipe, as well as... yeah, I guess we have to escort bombs all the way to the left. And we can do that partly with the conveyor. Now, what do we do about the creeper? Oh, nothing much, because the bombs are just going to go over by themselves. And we'll just walk them over gently until such time as we drop them with a P-switch. Let's get that track block into a slightly better position. No. Yeah, no, we want this to be evened out. No. I feel like this is going to be a little bit off-center. Nope, not quite. There we go. Much better. Okay, bombs are going to light up. That's going to give me access to the hammer in just a moment. Access to the hammer is going to give me... what? It allows me to toss some crates, which then allow me to... whoops. That looks like a bad idea. Looks like we'll have to reset through it. Whoops. Electric Dude planning to be useful and doing some homework. Well, okay, if you find that is the right time to do so. Let me just drop this here. Can I grab the P-switch? Yes, I can. I mean, I could also... oh, you know what? No, I want to stack this in such a way that... let's toss the P-switch first of all, but I want to stack crates such that the twister moves out of the way. Now I think I may have blocked myself off, though, which is not a problem because the idea is to get the bombs... oops, oh. Over anyway. Okay, now I'm in trouble, though. Because I was hoping to get the twister to travel across crates over to the other side such that it's no longer hoisting the bombs. Oh, I had the key. Okay, I wasn't even paying attention to the key. Yeah, I guess I was thinking about like whether I could blow up the ice block somehow. Anyway, getting a little too clever there. Let's get back to the boomerang. If one is being provided, there we go. Totally overthinking some of that. Okay, we can worry about a track block timing after we've gotten a couple of bombs over. Okay. Now let's see if we're actually paying attention. Nope. Okay. Let's set this up properly before we hit the P-switch this time. There we go. I just like extra content? Yeah. I think that's definitely been an established pattern around here. Oh, okay. That bomb's going to be a disappointment. I mean, I guess I could always lower the track block. who would want to do things the easy way. Hang on. There we go. There we go. Okay, block this off. And, yeah, I guess we have the key now, so. Back we go. I mean, I can smuggle the P-switch through here, but then why would I want to do that? No particular reason, I think. But, yeah, you can hammer this, and what comes out? More hammers. Very good. Glad we got that before we took any damage. Okay. Then move on up. Whack this guy for no reason. Just out of cruelty. Whoops. And... now, why is this telling me to go left? Let's take a look at this side, too. Okay. This is a violent stream. I mean, it depends entirely on what you consider morally acceptable targets. That guy got zapped. I'm going to check here to see if it's a semi-solid trap. It is not. I do have a key. And we drop a block over here. And then now I'm back here with a hammer, which... oh, wait, no, that's the door I came from. Okay, so I actually am down by one key. No, I totally misread that, so... well, that's playtesting for you. Where was the other key door, then? I guess it was through here. Yeah, that's the thing, is that I know that you probably thought that that pathway was blocked off, but when you have the hammer, crate stacking just wrecks a lot of the conventional one-way locking methods. Other than ones that involved perhaps the donut block, so... I mean, oh, I see. No, because the warp block was over here, yeah. Okay, that's fine. We can probably salvage this attempt by grabbing the key that was over here in this segment. Maybe. And... I mean, that's pretty much the playtesting experience you're going to get from me on this stream, that I do tend to break things. That's just natural result of experimentation. Here is your extra content. Yeah, that's very true. I mean, let's see how much of this is actually a salvageable attempt if I don't remember which keys are still unobtained. Interestingly enough, look at this. Oh, okay, I still need the POW to kill the bully? No, I don't. I can just get around the bully. Watch this. I can even get through all this. Build a thwomp. Hang on. And, yeah, world famous tall boys, that does happen from time to time. I absolutely know the feeling. Okay, lose the hammer. Then... okay, so no, I didn't actually get any kind of key progression here without the POW. So what was this room? I'm trying to remember what I was even doing down there then. Oh yeah, no, because of the second door to the right. That's right. And I needed the boomerang for this room anyway, but there is a key, so that's good to know. So we'll try to do this thing backwards. Yep, I mean, I do have a tendency to break things just by playing them as though I were exploring normally. It's just the way I play, so... Okay. Let's hope that bomb makes things nice and convenient for me here. We'll grab this key. And then we're going to be back on track. It's just that we'll exit with the boomerang instead of the hammer. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. Well, whichever one looks more interesting. This is legitimately how I normally play video games. That, you know, if you tell me to do something, that's a very good way to make me do it last. And if you tell me not to do something, that's a very good way to make me check what it does. So... Anyway, we actually did manage to scramble clear out of that. Okay, thank you for that. I mean, I think we did reveal a slight playtesting issue, and I could have even taken the hammer further than that if I wanted. But, you know, in case I wanted to die by trapping myself in more pipes or something. We will go on to the next mission at this point, though. That is a clear on Art Pop Reigns World 2. With that one repeated level earlier, of course. And I'm sure we'll see more of this with time, so... Let's mark that as a win and move on down to Q. I mean, there are ways to make one-way gates using things like donut blocks, as was suggested earlier. But I guess partly that will depend on... Well, yeah, things like... I think it works in that level, but in most circumstances you need to think about things like checkpoint placement as well, when it comes to gating things off properly. And of course, yeah, generally with things like semi-solids as well, you can get a one-way going out of that. Obviously, that level was pretty compact to begin with, and so you understand if you don't have much space to work with, although there were some areas that were large and mostly decorative, and so maybe you did have space to spare in the layout. Creative Creeper is 329. If you are still here, we will punch in your code. And yeah, the donut block logic in the 3D world style here does throw me off. Or at least it throws me off when I go back to 3D world proper, because 3D world proper you can't sustain a donut block by jumping on top of it like you can with classic donut blocks. They just decide to drop off on you, and among many other things, that was a bit of culture shock. Creative Creeper, please check in. I do see you on the chat list, but if you do not check in, then my policy is to bump you back one spot and give you a second chance. So, Creative Creeper is not checking in. We will move on to the next selection from SDGML. Let's take a look at SMP. RWR. Oh, wait. Okay, Creative Creeper is here. Yeah, Creative Creeper, sorry. I just barely missed your check-in, so you got me right in time before we started up the next one. Yeah, we just barely missed you. And good thing you spoke up right there, and then... Okay, here's bonus stage, Keep Running. It's an auto level, which means we'll probably break it like crazy, but... actually, no, with auto levels, sometimes I just try to give them some kind of colorful annotation. So, let's see what's going to go on here as we keep running as Luigi. Hold right hard, I see. Okay, so Luigi's going to dodge the cannonball, going to float, going to Have to pound interrupted by all kinds of bumpy surfaces. I'm gonna have to booze decide to convert him over to a totally different cape pattern, and up the Wiggler staircase we go. And look at that little pound on the end right there, where you still have a little bit of leftward momentum that sends you down to the lower pipe. And Luigi's going to now chase after that shell with Yoshi in tow. Come back, shell, he says, before destroying it anyway. So it's not like he had any particular grand plans for that. I'm going to be curious about how far off the speed record we actually are by the end of this. Looks like it's going to be that cape dive animation while you're wearing a helmet is actually kind of interesting. And here we go. That's a clear. Yeah, for an auto level, actually some interesting momentum-based setups there in terms of bumping me left and right and also converting me between the different kinds of cape states when I do get hit. So notice that we are 3 seconds off the world record, so it is something that can be slightly shaved. How we'll do it is maybe a mystery to me, so we'll just tap like and move on. And yeah, having the Shellmet in Super Mario World, in terms of the artwork, is massive, which is odd because, as I was saying previously, when you do go back to Super Mario World, the sprites for certain enemies, like the Dry Bones, are substantially larger than what you see in Mario Maker here, so kind of odd that the hats should just drop their way over your eyes. Anyway, thank you for that, Creative Creeper. And we'll move on. I mean, in Endless, though, don't you see the tags when you spawn in, or you definitely see the tags when you hit pause, for instance, so. I don't know, not being an Endless player, I don't know how often you actually see any kind of auto concepts that are not obviously auto concepts, but here's a stealthy ascent where you keep the Goomba mask, the best of the masks. Looks like we have a very optimized world record by Supernova, presumably. And don't be afraid to twirl or do controlled jumps. Reach the goal without landing after leaving the ground. Okay, well, try to keep that in mind as we bounce between segments here. Going to have a Thwomp Gate over to Goomba, as is often going to be the case. Nope, we needed to get on the on switch on second bounce. I'm just going to scout ahead. Even if we failed the clear condition. Okay, that's going to be once again another wall jump off the right side. Always loved the blooper behavior with the Goomba hat. We need slightly better wall jumps there, but that's going to be okay. Goomba mask is easily the best mask. Criminally underused, considering how it introduces more of an interaction space, like a unique interaction space, than just about any other item in the game. Let's scout ahead. Whoops, no. Need controlled jumps, obviously, to land on top of those pipes. Start over. Anyone have any tips on making a decent water level? Yeah, I think the thing that tends to frustrate players about water levels is that if they're impatient players in particular, they might not have too much of a liking for the way that water levels don't necessarily let you go fast. I think that very often having things like objects that you can hold to make the swimming experience smoother are definitely one way to go. That's something that Nintendo discovered themselves, in fact, in 3D Mario, when they gave you shells to hold through most of the water segments in Super Mario Galaxy, as Safety of Man you may have recently discovered. Whoops. And yeah, the thing about water levels is that it's also possible to make some interesting layouts that sort of emulate the behavior of a top-down adventure game, the classic 2D Zelda. So, they actually are a decent fit for things like maze levels. We let the P-switch expire, and then we take a series of wall jumps up. Climbed a tree. Nope. Totally failed that. And yeah, it's possible to have some interesting swimming levels here and there. But yeah, often I think the thing to take advantage of is the player's increased mobility and the fact that you get a lot more use out of things like vertical space. And of course, the frog suit has some interesting interactions as well with quasi-water themes such as Night Castle. In fact, that was one of the first things I thought when the frog suit was introduced was, well, okay, we'll definitely see some people revisit Night Castle with some interesting concepts that still retain normal enemy behavior. And yeah, it's very close to the P-Balloon. Those two elements are pretty much the only ones in the game, the P-Balloon and the frog suit underwater, that occasionally make me feel like analog sticks are not a bad idea, and that I do play almost exclusively with the D-pad. And yeah, Supernova noting our incredible capacity for precision within a certain generous margin of error. Okay, up the tree. Nope. I do need to twirl out of that, I think, but the or actually even go not from the peak of the tree, but from lower down on a tree, which is something that I have discovered in the past from having some of my own levels playtested. That going off the top of the tree is, in fact, very often not the right idea, depending on whether you want to cover more distance. I'm always skeptical of the 3D world twirl, of course, because of the way that it actually lowers your falling angle rather than sustaining you horizontally for longer. Whoops. I want to do a short jump on the last blooper once the P blocks are still active. When you cleared this, you went from the top of the tree, I see. Okay. Up we go. Nope. Yeah, we've definitely seen some interesting water concepts from time to time. They do exist. But then, you know, I don't have that kind of blanket dislike of water levels across all video games that some people seem to. And once again, I think mostly it's just a mix of a dislike of paddling controls for some of them because they feel like such a different form of gameplay, as well as a dislike of the fact that you have much less speed control. But I don't mind them. I think it's always possible to turn them into something worthwhile. I did always find it ironic that Super Mario Sunshine, for a game that was built substantially around water and the beach theme and everything, that the swimming stages tended to be some of the worst parts of Sunshine. Nope. Should have gone off the top, I guess. Yeah, if you go back to SMB1, and indeed if you got any significant time into Mario 35 before it went down, the thing that's very striking about the way water worked in SMB1 was that you would just drop like a rock, sink like a stone. Okay, let's pop this guy. Whoops. Nope, let's practice this. Goomba Hat is going to take me all the way up here, and I just bump my way over, and then, yeah, we missed a clear condition, but I do just want to scout ahead to see how much is left. And, yeah, we just needed to not miss that one location. Nice little skip squeak at the end. I guess, since you're pretty much guaranteed to hit the flag at that point, that the skip squeak is really just there to give you a little bit of a tag at the end. You know, SDGML, after all of that outrage earlier towards our disregard for certain other possibly endangered species that are in the Mushroom Kingdom, I see that disregard does not extend to the skip squeaks so much, or at least that the objections don't seem to extend to gratuitously killing a skip squeak at the end of the level. Whoops. Then maybe that's because you're a cat person and you just think that mice and their ilk are there to be clawed out of the way. As you can see with all the skip squeaks that we're bopping over here, in fact. Okay. A surprisingly satisfying segment there. And your kitty loves to kill things, yeah, I can tell. Okay, up we go. Now let's not choke here. At least not too badly. Vertical pipe entries are always going to be a nightmare, and yeah, we're going to choke. So much for that. And yeah, Fury Nova is very unfortunate that Nintendo left out certain things like the dead weight puzzle block. Considering all the stuff that we have to do in this game to set up things like chomp stumps just to have movable one-tile pieces that function as platforms. The heavy stone would have made so many interesting concepts possible. But yeah, it's kind of strange that was left out in the end, but I mean, as much as I feel like we are far from exhausting what is possible with Super Mario Maker 2 and that we see new concepts all the time, one does wonder what could have been with the elements we didn't get. And also the elements that fell out from the first game, like the Mystery Mushrooms. Although, as a replacement for the Mystery Mushrooms, I find that from just an interactive perspective, what we ended up getting with the Link and SMB2 pieces for the SMB1 theme were very much an ample replacement. Although, of course, there's one thing that you're still not able to do, functionally, that you were able to do in SMB1, which is have a one-tile high power-up, like the Mystery Mushroom, that would still allow you to break through bricks like you had a mushroom. And so that has conceptually never come back, which actually killed off a lot of the gating methods that were possible in the first game. Okay, let's get a decent series of bounces this time and not miss the pipe. And yeah, the Kingfish level that you're talking about by Supernova, I think we did play that fairly recently. Anyway, thank you for Stealthy Ascent, SDGML. And SDGML, I don't know if you actually know the story behind why I love the Goomba head, apart from its own intrinsic qualities. It is because it was the first thing I published a level for back when the patch came out. And I'm just going to plug my own Maker ID there. It's the second most recent level if you want to see a Goomba head concept, because, you know, I thought it was just this incredibly promising item, and I've seen very few makers really try to tap into its potential. It's usually the first thing I send people if they are a viewer level streamer who is new to me, because, you know, it's easy enough to be grasped, but also unique enough that I just never get sick of watching it. Anyway, that's enough about me. Let's take a look at what I believe is the last code in the pile today. Did I actually mark that as a win? I don't think I did. Let's do that quickly. Yeah, sometimes I reopen the queue at the end if things go by really quickly, but, you know, for one last round. I don't think I'll necessarily do that today. I might go back to grind Electrodude some more if this goes by quickly, though, because we were one jump away from completion. But I don't want to promise anything, and keep you folks around for no reason. We may just conclude after this one, even though it is 11%, and sometimes the cheese isn't even worth it. Then again, sometimes it is, so let's see if we can cheese the level. Okay, let's take a look at this. And SDGML, I would show off the Goomba head level, but it's not as fun when I already know all the solutions going in to the various interactions. Oops. So, once again, for people who came in late, we may finally have passed the bar to get a new emote on the stream, finally. So, I believe there are some suggestions of artwork, or one or two suggestions of artwork that are already in the Discord, but if you have any particular ideas or any feedback about what you would like to see me prioritize, whether you wanted a GG or raid or something else as the next emote of choice, do let me know, because that's a decision that will have consequences. And I definitely do want to get some input from my regulars as well as newcomers about that. And here we go. Yeah, because right now a lot of my upper tier emotes, which I don't expect anybody to actually pay for, are just kind of filler I put in when I started my stream so I could spam them when submitting my own levels to other people. And back then I didn't imagine that I would eventually have enough of a following here that we occasionally want to spam some hype in some direction or another. Oh, I didn't go for the cheese. I guess I didn't. That's okay. This is short enough that we could perhaps redo this for a bit of cheddar. And show off some of that Swiss neutrality. Okay. Lemmy's just going to roll around and do his thing. Let's... Whoops. Get popped by that. PSA, don't feed your cats cheese. Okay. I mean, I guess that's why cats have dedicated cat food. I know very little about pet care. I'm just making that up by inference. Okay. Up here we go. here we are. Whoops. And yeah, I guess I probably should have figured that you do follow cat YouTubers, and that there is such a thing as cat YouTubers other than just, of course, a lot of the YouTube classics of cats playing keyboards and the like. So I guess if we go up here, we can take a damage boost and probably grab a piece of cheese. Is that the implication? There was a vine over there. Oh, I see, okay. Because the idea is that if you take damage and run all the way to the end, you can grab the pipe. Of course we're trying it. Of course we're trying it. Okay. No, whoops, no, now I can't take a damage boost, so never mind, we'll just make another run at Lemmy. Probably is a mushroom check at the end, yeah. We'll see. Hey, there's a mushroom check over here. Can I go back up? Oh, you know what? But if you... yeah, at some point there's a pipe that just sends you back here, right? And so quite possibly, you just get looped. Obviously, you would exit the main world into the subworld if you take the... if that's all the way to the right, but there's some chance that the transitional zone just pops you back here. So we'll check that next time I'm able. Really do appreciate the commitment to symmetry doors here. I mean, if you have the budget to do it, you might as well. Whoops. Okay, let's get down here and finally punch him. Nope. Thought it was going to get out of the shell pattern slightly earlier than what happened. Alright, let's let Lemmy roll around a bit more. Wait out the shell pattern. Yeah, I guess if you're making multi-segment pink coin levels, you really do have to use both the doors and pipes to squeeze in enough segments out of the available selection of coins. But in general, just having more transitions would be nice, yes. I mean, in general, I think most of the item budgets in this game are a little bit on the smallish side. But then I tend to, I think, have a much bigger tolerance for large scale levels than a lot of people do, but also just large scale mechanical concepts and just setups that are very expensive to put together. Okay, it looks like we will have a second key that we need to grab in order to get down through the left side. First of all, though, a checkpoint. Interestingly enough, we probably could have gone down through the pipe for no reason whatsoever. We'll just have to remember that the second key door was to the left. Okay. Oh no, that's just the finish. I guess that was just a different exit then. We'll go back here and we'll try to see the cheese route, perhaps. Yeah, pretty simple along the main path. But I am curious. And we'll just need to have a good sense of timing when it comes to invincibility frames. And maybe a good sense of placement when it comes to falling onto the claw. And yeah, Furry Nova, thank you for sticking around for so long today and for the level submissions earlier. Hope you enjoy the benefits of actually accepting your gift sub this time. And nope. Kind of a bad fall. In the Goomba Mask level, I separated main rooms into chemic spawners with red cannons. Is that necessary? Well, it depends on what you mean by necessary. You don't need to use red cannons for that specifically, but as part of the setup going into the final boss area, I did want a bit of a subtle clue to the fact that as the... Whoops. Should have followed that arrow there. As the player, when you're wearing a Goomba mask, there is, of course, that change in whether or not blasters are going to spawn anything. And so, it's a bit of a subtle feedback mechanism that not everybody is necessarily going to notice. Also, mostly just to control the position of where the Magic Koopas are going to spawn. I did want to make that inaccessible to the player. Nope, forgot the cheese area. Interestingly enough, this is a progressive flower. That's not going to help, though. And yeah, STGML, thank you for the submissions earlier. Do you get some rest? Dream of Yoshis that have all been sent to perish in the fire. And it's funny because after the dinosaur extinction, of course, it was all those little mammalian creatures like skipsqueaks that took over, evolutionarily speaking. And SDGML was not going to have any of that. Okay, let's pop this. And let's wait for the muncher. Oop, that was dangerous. But I made it. Okay. Let's see what this is all about. I think it probably just spits me into a different checkpoint entirely. Okay. No cheese. What's down here? Nothing. Okay. Let's check. Pop this? No. I guess not. And yeah, that just sends you back to the Lemmy area. Okay, we've seen it at this point. So, thank you once again for that one. Mark that as a win. Okay, we are technically at the end of the queue. I think what I will in fact do... I will not be reopening, but given that we did abandon the Electrodude level earlier, Electrodude's not actually here though, so... I was thinking I might go back to that, just try to grind it out a little more to get to clear, but... I think instead I am just going to cut this one off a little bit earlier today and just call it at a reasonable time for once, because I normally aim for streams that are about this length, about 4 hours, and I often go way, way over. So, once again, those of you who are new here, viewer levels are regularly in this slot and the day before. Mario Maker is usually the main content here, but in the middle of the week this week we will be continuing with grinding away at the final level of Super Mario 3D World. I will momentarily send you on to a raid to somebody interesting, and please do give me feedback in the Discord about what we are going to do with our next emote slot, which I believe I have finally qualified for. So that's going to be all from me. I will scan around for some interesting destination that will probably be even more Mario Maker. And thank you once again to all of the people who submitted for, as always, a generally excellent selection of levels. Thanks for watching, and a good night, or good morning, or possibly even good afternoon wherever you are, and fare thee well.